Chapter 562. As for the two legendary beauties, according to the martial saint teachers who rushed to the magic elite camp, the two of them have already been kicked out of the magic elite camp. Bosan could only sigh in regret. However, in Bosan's line of work, when the old gossip dies, he has to work hard to find new gossip. Thus, he would be running around the town's teahouses every few days to buy some information and gather some information. When he saw abandon, he immediately ran over. The reason is because abandon is not a common sight. On the cherry grass list, Li Xiao is the most common one. He would appear from time to time, a typical Mr. Peacock. Bosan was almost immune to Li Xiao and was too lazy to collect information about him. As for Yi Baiming's fixed drinking spot, it is easy to find out. Only abandon, this person appears and disappears unpredictably. Bosan might not even meet him once a year. However, because of abandon's mysteriousness, all kinds of information about abandon sell the best. Ever since he recovered his appearance with the help of teacher Shi Huang, he became a new force in the magic elite camp and won the hearts of a group of female mages and female warriors. However, abandon is a low-profile person. Compared to Yi Baiming and Li Xiao, there is not a single bit of information about him. Bosan Santong had secretly followed abandon a few times, wanting to obtain some information about abandon. However, he was discovered by abandon. Abandon didn't say a word as he poisoned Bosan Santong's body. Bosan Santong had diarrhea for 10 days and 10 nights, almost going to meet the king of hell. Ever since then, Bosan's anus would tighten whenever he sees abandon. He was afraid that he would be taught a lesson by abandon. It's good that you know. The two of them are under the protection of US brothers. Don't even think about it. Furthermore, you can't afford to offend their teacher. Their teacher is a dark gold rank teacher. Gufeng spent 8 gold coins to buy 2 sets of information. Ah! Dark gold rank teacher. Sigh, what a pity. No matter how beautiful the cherry blossoms are, they can't survive spring. Bosan immediately lost interest. He didn't even look at Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling, and left after taking the money. Dong Huangling, and Yun Sheng had a smile on their faces. It seems like there are quite a lot of interesting people in the magic elite camp. Hey, don't look at the cherry blossom and primrose list. That's just gossip. Look at what I have. These 2 lists are the key. The 2 pieces of information in Gufeng's hands were the newly released Mage Elite Camp Freshman Potential Index ranking and overall magic ranking. The length of the 2 lists was different. The potential list included all the freshmen who entered the camp this year. From the first to the last place, there were a total of 670 people. On the other hand, only the top 100 were listed. The lists of warriors and magicians were arranged separately. TSK. No wonder they say that this year's freshmen are very strong. Look, Feng Tian, the number 1 on the freshman potential index list, is actually a peak sacred magician. He's only 1 step away from becoming a sky magician. Gufeng couldn't help but click his tongue. In his and Abandon's batch, the one with the highest potential was only a beginner sacred magician. Yun Sheng, in that case, what's our ranking? Dong Huanglinger snatched over the potential rankings board and looked at it from the beginning to the end. After some effort, she finally found Yun Sheng's name at the end of the potential rankings board. As for Dong Huanglinger's name, it was right next to her, ranked 2nd from the bottom. We are actually so bad. This is too much of a scam. The strength of the people in the elite camp is actually so strong. Dong Huanglinger felt ashamed. In actuality, she should be ranked last. Because she took a forbidden medicine, she was ranked before Yun Sheng. However, she was only ranked 2nd from the bottom. Sigh, this is only the first ranking. At the end of the year, there will be another assessment. Zhou State's magicians have always been ranked last in the list. However, in the combat power ranking board, Zhou State's magicians are much better. Gufeng coughed a few times. Yes, don't mind it too much. 3 years ago, when Gufeng and I entered the elite camp, we were also ranked in the bottom 10 of the potential rankings board. Just when Abandoned was about to comfort Dong Linger, Gufeng covered his mouth with his palm. Gufeng desperately gave Abandoned a look, determined not to let him say the fact that he was ranked last in the potential rankings board. Yunxing roughly guessed it, but she didn't say anything. She looked at the top 10 of the overall magic rankings board again. What surprised her was that she saw two familiar names. One was Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, and the other was the light magician, Blue, whom she met once in Wuxia City. The two of you are already seniors. How is your ranking on the overall rankings board? Dong Linger heard Abandoned's words and felt a little relieved. She was also very curious about the performance of Yunxing's two companions. Gufeng and I entered the Dutian Blood Beast world last year. He is ranked 370 while I am ranked 418th. In the elite camp of the elite camp, we are considered to be in the middle. Neither of us are ranked in the top 100 of the potential rankings board. Abandoned's answer surprised Yunxing. Yunxing was the clearest about Abandoned and Gufeng's abilities. Their rankings were nothing much. There were many seniors in the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp of the elite camp of the Dutian continent. There were at least a few thousand people. Being ranked 300 or 400 should be considered a relatively good result. However, under the training of teacher Shi Huang, who had strange skills, the poison magic he abandoned was only stronger. His ranking was actually lower than Gufeng's. Abandoned still likes to fight alone like before. That's why his ranking is rising slowly. I am a member of a team, so my ranking is rising much faster. Gufeng explained embarrassedly. In terms of actual ability to kill blood cloud beasts, he definitely couldn't compare to Abandoned. There are too many people. It's troublesome. I have little apple. Abandoned was very straightforward. Sigh, that's because you don't know how to be flexible. If you fight alone, when will you be able to get into the top 100 and enter the middle of the blood beast world? Look at Chen Lian, She is much more flexible than you. She is also a magician, but not a light magician. She just relied on the few male magicians and fighters in the top 100 to form a team. In just 3 years, she managed to get into the top 100 of the magic rankings. Gufeng pointed at the magic rankings. The 99th place on the magic rankings was actually Chen Lian's name. It had to be said that a woman's appearance was also a very useful weapon in the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp. We won't learn from her. That Chen Lian is obviously not a good person. Dong Ling's face was filled with disgust. What? After entering the Dutian Blood Beast world, a magician can still form a team with a fighter? Yunxing looked at the rankings of the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp. Strangely, she didn't see Yi Baiming's name. Yes. If you have a fighter that you can trust, you can naturally form a team. After all, a magician and a fighter are naturally the most suitable partners. Oh right, Yunxing, your fiancé Yi Baiming is in the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp. He is very powerful. At that time, he was ranked in the top 10 of the potential rankings. Gufeng suddenly remembered that Yunxing and Yi Baiming were engaged. Chapter 563. When Gufeng said that, Abandoned's expression changed. Yunxing had an awkward expression on her face. Dong Linger opened her mouth and said, Yunxing, you actually have a fiancé. And he's so strong. He's only in the top 10. He's not even in the top 100. Yunxing stared at Gufeng. He's ranked at the 101st place. However, everyone said that his strength is definitely not at the 101st place. He has been at the 101st place for 2 years. Be it the combat power ranking or the magic power ranking, there are huge changes. Especially around the 100th place. Because it involves whether one wants to enter the middle area of the blood beast world, there are always many people fighting for it. From the 90th place all the way to the 110th place, the competition is the fiercest. Yi Baiming can do it. He's always ranked 101st. Moreover, he's still a freshman. Therefore, it's been rumored that his strength is already enough to enter the top 50. Gu Feng was exuberant as he spoke. Yun Xing knew very well that Yi Baiming's strength was not only in the top 50. If what she saw that day was correct, Yi Baiming's strength should already be in the martial saint realm. At the very least, he should be in the top 10 of the magic power ranking. No matter what his rank is, it's none of our business. Abandon said coldly. That's true. Yun Sheng, it's good that you're here. When the time comes, we'll form a battle team together. Linger, you'll join us too. With the four of us, we'll definitely be invincible. Gufeng had already started to plan for the beautiful future. Senior Gufeng, don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk about it after Yun Sheng and I pass the freshman potential assessment. Dong Huang Linger looked at the freshman potential list with a gloomy expression. Although she used a forbidden medicine to enter the continent's magic elite camp, she didn't expect that the competition in the camp would be so fierce. When she was in the East Capital, she was considered the #1 genius of the royal family. Who knew that after entering the magic elite camp, she immediately felt that she was inferior to a chicken. Right now, she didn't have the help of any forbidden medicine, and her cultivation was only at the level of a master magician at most. How could she compete with a group of saint magicians? Ling, don't be discouraged. We still have a year's time. The two of you have to work harder. When we enter the Dutian blood beast realm, you have to protect us. Yun Xing saw Dong Huang Linger's dejection and consoled her. After that, the four of them started talking about other things. All of them agreed to meet up often in the future when they were free. The location was chosen at today's small tea house. A few days later, Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger finally had a rough understanding of the situation of the entire continent's magic elite camp. Chen Liener and her gang did not dare to harass Yun Sheng and the others anymore. As for the haunted house, it never happened again. In front of the two of them, Kuling still had an amiable appearance. Everything seemed to be very peaceful. However, Yun Sheng kept having the feeling that there was always a pair of eyes secretly observing her and Dong Huang Linger every single day. On the third day, which was also the day that the dark gold rank teacher said earlier, the first day of the training. Early in the morning, after meditating, Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger were called out by the dark gold rank teacher. The dark gold ranked teacher brought Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger to the outside of the thatched hut. Outside of the thatched hut, there were two magic arrays. These are two magic arrays. Within them, there are two special magic spaces. This place will be your training ground in the future. From now on, for 8 hours every day, you are not allowed to go out. No one is allowed to be lazy. No one is allowed to use magic tools. No one is allowed to consume magic potions. What you have to do is to use your magic to break this magic space in half a year's time. If you are unable to break this magic space in half a year's time, you can scram. There is no need for you to participate in the freshman assessment. The dark gold-ranked teacher said coldly. Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger had never seen such a training method before. Previously, the two of them thought that they were going to start learning dark magic from today onwards. They didn't expect that they were only going to be trapped in a magic space. This magic space was very special. Every day, when the 8 hour was up, Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger would be automatically ejected out of the magic space. However, after thinking about the rumors about the dark gold rank teacher, Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger let out a breath of relief. They thought that it would be a hellish training, but it was just two magic spaces. Breaking it shouldn't be too difficult. With such thoughts in mind, the two of them entered their respective magic spaces. Seeing the two of them entering the magic space with a relaxed expression, the dark gold-ranked teacher revealed an unfathomable expression. After entering the magic space, Yun Xing discovered that this was a special magic space with brownish-yellow earth-type magic power floating around it. Not good, Yun Xing muttered inwardly. This seemed to be a type of magic cage that was specially used to imprison people. On the walls of the magic space, it was unknown what kind of special magic was used to make them as hard as iron. Yun Xing tried swinging her fist. As expected, when her fist landed on the wall, it was as if she was punching the wall. Yun Xing shot out a flame explosion, but it was still useless. Yun Xing had encountered such a situation before. That was the special wall that he had encountered in the purple gold mine the last time. However, this time, what she had to face was 4 similar walls. Yun Xing was unable to use profound magic. Only after testing out several types of magic did Yun Xing realize what the dark gold-ranked teacher meant when he said that they would be able to break this magic space in half a year's time. Yun Xing and Dong Huanglinger put in a lot of effort, but they were still unable to break this magic space in 8 hours' time. This was only the first day of training and Yun Xing was already exhausted. Even when she was in Wuxia Limitless School, she had never been as tired as she was today. For 8 hours, without stopping, Yun Xing exhausted the last bit of magic power in her body. Dong Huanlinger's situation was even worse. She didn't even train for 8 hours. She only trained for 2 hours before collapsing. After a day, Yun Xing and Dong Huanlinger could no longer stand. Woo, this is even worse than death. After the 2 of them were ejected out of the magic space, their limbs were weak. Adding that they didn't eat or drink for a day, they were like walking corpses as they walked towards the central canteen. This pair of troubled sisters supported each other and entered the central canteen. The 2 of them didn't care about their manners and bought a bunch of food and stuffed it all into their stomachs. The excessive consumption of magic power was like an overloaded physical training. It consumed too much energy and magic power. The 2 of them actually had twice as much appetite as usual. The onlookers were all pointing at the 2 of them. After the food entered their stomachs, the 2 of them felt alive again. Oh my God, I'm too tired. I really thought that I was going to die there. Dong Huanlinger walked into the straw hut and lay down with her eyes wide open. Chapter 564. I don't know how many lightning flashes I shot today, but there was no reaction at all. This place is thousands of times stronger than the prison in the eastern capital. With this kind of training, it's no wonder people would go crazy. Dong Huanlinger sighed. The indestructible magic space and the monotonous attacks. This kind of training caused many of the new mages to be on the verge of breaking down. If it was just one day, it would still be fine. However, if they were to continue training for half a year, it would be very easy for them to break down. Yun Xing and Dong Huanlinger had the same thoughts. Dong Huanlinger didn't know where the dark gold-ranked teacher found these 2 abnormal magic spaces. They were airtight and didn't have any loopholes. With their current cultivation as master mages, if they didn't find the trick, even if they were given another year, it would still be very difficult for them to break this magic space. No matter what, we can't give up. We still have half a year's time. Yun Xing encouraged Dong Huanlinger. The latter remained silent and agreed with her. The 2 of them had extraordinary backgrounds. However, both of them wanted to become stronger. They wouldn't be trapped by such a small magic space. After a day of magic training, the 2 of them quickly fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that the magic array of the thatched cottage on the left had dimmed, the dark gold-ranked teacher walked out of the thatched cottage. She checked the magic space without saying a word. The dark gold-ranked teacher didn't tell Yun Xing and Dong Huanlinger that this magic space was actually a magic cage. This kind of cage was used by the Zhao state to imprison magic beasts of the 9th rank and above. Only sky rank mages could break it easily. With Yun Xing and Dong Huanlinger's current cultivation, even if they were given another half a year's time, they still might not be able to break it. Whether or not they could pass the first half-year's test would depend on whether or not they knew how to use magic. The dark gold-ranked teacher first checked the magic space that Dong Huanglinger was in. She noticed that Dong Huanglinger's lightning flash was concentrated at a single point. Dong Huanglinger's strongest attack was lightning flash. She's quite smart. She knows how to concentrate her attack in the magic space. Unfortunately, her magic power is too weak. The effect of her attack isn't strong, and her magic power consumption is too high. Half a year's time, it's still not enough. The dark gold-ranked teacher muttered to herself. She slowly walked into the magic space that Yun Sheng was in. When she saw the situation of the training, her expression changed. How is this possible? She's actually, randomly attacking. The dark gold-ranked teacher's expression. Among the two newly recruited teachers, the dark gold-ranked teacher was Dong Huanglinger. Yun Sheng zest. There was a difference between her and Dong Huanglinger's concentrated attack. Yun Sheng actually used magic to attack the entire magic space. On one of the walls, there were traces of magic attack. Moreover, other than a few places where there were traces of the intermediate spell, flame explosion, the other places were all attacked with beginner spells. All of a sudden, her gaze fell on a certain spot. The more the dark gold-ranked teacher looked, the more shocked she became. She discovered that in the magic space that Yun Sheng was in, there were more than 4 types of natural magic. There were even traces of secondary magic and dark magic. The dark gold-ranked teacher's expression became strange. 5 elemental magic soul. Yun Sheng actually had 5 elemental magic souls. Only a 5 elemental magic soul. Earlier, when the dark gold-ranked teacher saw Yi Baiming, she also discovered that he had a powerful 5 elemental magic soul. A student like that actually joined the warrior elite camp. This made the dark gold-ranked teacher very depressed. But she didn't expect that she would also have a student with 5 elemental magic souls. However, she didn't know what method Yun Sheng used or if she had any special magic tools on her. The dark gold-ranked teacher didn't care about these. What she cared about was how great Yun Sheng's magic potential was. Once again, the dark gold-ranked teacher checked the traces of Yun Sheng's magic attacks. Soon, the dark gold-ranked teacher's expression became very serious. She was probing. Just like Dong Huangling, Yun Sheng also knew that she needed to find a place to focus her attacks. However, unlike Dong Huangling, who randomly chose a place to attack, Yun Sheng was looking for the place where the magic power was the weakest. Seems like these two have some ideas. They are much better than those idiots in the past. The dark gold-ranked teacher nodded her head in satisfaction. The next morning, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling woke up. After meditating for a while, they both discovered that the magic power in their bodies had increased by a little. Moreover, after the crazy consumption yesterday, they didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they felt refreshed. Just when the two of them were overjoyed, the dark gold-ranked teacher called them out. But this time, she didn't let them enter the magic array immediately. How do you feel about the first day of training? If you have any questions, just say it. I will answer them one by one. However, you only have one chance to ask questions. The next chance to ask questions is when you break the magic array. The dark gold-ranked teacher looked at the two of them. It was rare for the teacher to be in such a good mood today. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling looked at each other. Dark gold-ranked teacher, when are you going to teach us dark magic? What Yun Sheng wanted to learn the most was dark magic, especially the dark gold-ranked ability to instantly cast magic. However, the dark gold-ranked teacher didn't mention it at all. What is the purpose of learning dark magic? The dark gold-ranked teacher seemed to have known that the two of them would ask this question. Magic is naturally for self-defense. Dong Huangling was the first to answer. She was born in the eastern capital and had a unique background. When the princesses of the other countries were still acting spoiled in their parents' arms, her father had already been assassinated. Dong Huangling still remembered how her mother endured the pain and told her and her brother that her father had gone to a faraway place and would never return. It was also because of this unique experience that her life wasn't as good as the princesses of the other 5 countries. Although her status was the most honorable, her life wasn't easy. Dong Huangling and her brother's talents were appraised when they were young. Her brother was suitable to learn martial arts while she was suitable to learn magic. Ever since then, Dong Huangling was forced by her mother to learn magic from the mages in the palace. Her mother told her that the women of the imperial family couldn't rely on anyone. Sometimes, even the most loyal guards or even her future husband would betray her. The only thing that could protect her was the magic scepter in her hands. Ever since she was young, to Dong Huangling, magic was a means to protect her life. Learning advanced magic to protect the people important to me. Yun Xing quickly replied. This was also the purpose of Yun Xing learning magic. In the boundless world, the strong were respected. From the moment Yun Xing transmigrated to this world, she knew that only the truly strong could survive. Chapter 565. The current Yun Xing had her family, friends, and her own power to protect. This was the true purpose of her coming to the continent's magic elite camp. She wanted to learn powerful dark magic and become a sky mage. One day, she would be able to face the Zhao state, find her father and mother, let her mother recover her memories, and reunite with her family. Then go ahead and practice. When the 2 of you are able to break through that layer of space, I will naturally teach you the magic to protect your important people. Right now, the 2 of you are not qualified to learn my magic. The dark gold-ranked teacher turned around and left. For the next few days, Yun Xing and Dong Huangling's nightmare continued. The training of breaking through the space continued. Yun Xing and Dong Huangling were focused on learning. During this period of time, Kuling had also asked the 2 of them about their training. So tough. The 2 of you are still able to persevere. It is indeed quite tough. It is even more tiring than the magic that I have been learning for over 10 years. Dong Huangling let out a sigh. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't be able to persevere. However, whenever she thought of her family in the eastern capital, she would clench her teeth and persevere. During this period of training, Dong Huangling would often faint due to the exhaustion of her magic power. That feeling was truly unpleasant. She was just like a traveler walking in a desert, never knowing where the oasis in front of her was. Time and time again, she would experience hallucinations. Time and time again, she would feel thirsty. This is just the beginning of the training. The later stages will be even more boring than this. I am really afraid that the 2 of you won't be able to persevere. Ko Ling's face was filled with worry. Thank you, senior sister, for your reminder. I think that we will be able to persevere. Yun Xing said indifferently. Hee, that's good. If the 2 of you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me. I will definitely help the 2 of you. After all, I am your senior sister. Ko Ling smiled. After Ko Ling left, Dong Huangling's face was filled with worry. Yun Xing, is what senior sister Ko Ling said true? You only thought of the difficulties. Didn't you realize that we have all made progress recently? Yun Xing blinked. Besides, no matter how difficult the training was, Keilang still persisted. Are we not as good as her? Dong Huanglinger was also an extremely intelligent person. After thinking for a bit, she discovered that after a period of continuous training in the magic space, she more or less discovered her own shortcomings. In terms of the control of magic power and hand gestures, she had improved quite a bit. That's true. Take lightning flash for example. Originally, I could only release 10 lightning bolts at a time. But recently, I've already broken through to 13 lightning bolts. The time it takes for me to exhaust my magic power has also become much longer. Every time I use it, the magic power consumption has also decreased. Dong Wanlinger immediately understood. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Both of them gradually discovered their own shortcomings in the use of magic. Just like that, the two of them continued their training. Roughly 5 months later, Yun Sheng successfully broke through the magic space of the dark gold rank teacher. Dong Wanling also successfully broke through the magic space of the dark gold rank teacher. The two of them had also greatly improved their control over their magic power. Just when the two of them happily completed their training in the magic space and thought that they would be able to learn profound dark magic, the dark gold rank teacher suddenly said something. The dark gold rank teacher's following words made them feel as if a bucket of ice water was poured over their heads. They were instantly dumbfounded. Here are 1,000 magic scrolls of different attributes. In the remaining 6 months, the two of you need to copy the magic mnemonics on these 1,000 magic scrolls 100 times. Memorize them skillfully and grasp the characteristics of each magic spell and how to deal with them. The dark gold-ranked teacher brought Yun Sheng and Dong Wanling to the Magic Elite Camp's library and picked out 1,000 magic scrolls of low and middle grade magic scrolls. Memorize. Copy. 1,000 scrolls. 100 times for each? What does this have to do with us learning dark magic? When Dong Wanling heard this, she instantly had the urge to go crazy. There were many types of magic in the boundless continent. The 4 major attributes, as well as some other magic spells. In the Magic Elite Camp's library, there were at least hundreds of thousands of magic scrolls. Yun Sheng and Dong Wanling had never thought that there were actually so many magic spells in the boundless continent. What made Yun Sheng and Dong Wanling even more devastated was that the 1,000 magic scrolls that the dark gold rank teacher mentioned were all picked out by her. There were all kinds of magic scrolls. Generally speaking, the most important part of a magic spell was the chanting. The faster and more fluent the chanting, the better the effect of the magic spell. Yun Sheng and Dong Wanling also understood this point. The two of them had already memorized the magic spells that they were most familiar with, Flame Explosion and Thunder Flash. However, the dark gold-ranked teacher wanted them to memorize magic scrolls that were completely unfamiliar to them within 6 months. Furthermore, they had to memorize every single magic scroll. Isn't this clearly a scam? What's the use of memorizing magic scrolls? It's not like we are going to use them. Dong Wanling had been holding it in for more than 5 months. When she was faced with 10,000 long and difficult magic scrolls, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. Every day, you only know how to make us read magic books. Are you even a dark magician? Dong Wanling was fuming as she pushed away the thick pile of magic books. Dong Wanling was different from Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng was a bookworm who had experienced the modern medical school's top student examination. Thus, she was able to accept reading books. However, Dong Wanling was different. She had a lively personality. When she was in the eastern capital, she had angered quite a few grand tutors. As a princess of the royal family, she hated reading and writing the most. She originally thought that she would be able to escape from the clutches of the grand tutors by leaving the eastern capital in the name of running away from the grand tutors. However, who knew that the dark gold-ranked teacher also liked to make people memorize books? Furthermore, the books were all obscure and difficult to understand magic books. The books in front of Yun Sheng and Dong Wanling included The Origin of Magic, The 4 Great Nature Magic, The Signs of Nature Magic, and so on. Ling, don't be impatient. The dark gold-ranked teacher naturally has her own arrangements. After going through the training for half a year, Yun Sheng also discovered that the dark gold-ranked teacher's training method was completely different from other magic teachers. Yun Sheng had also asked around. The majority of the freshmen who entered the continent's magic elite camp with them had already started to practice magic. Some of them had even gone out to hunt demonic beasts or chase after bandits under the guidance of their teachers. There were truly no freshmen like her in Donghuangling. It's not that I am impatient, it's just that the dark gold rank teacher's way of doing things is wrong. If it wasn't because I personally saw her fighting against a few martial saints that day, I would have really suspected that some people might not be as powerful as what the rumors say. Donghuangling pouted her lips. Donghuangling's angry words just so happened to fall into the ears of the dark gold rank teacher. What's the matter? Are you guys doubting my strength? The dark gold ranked teacher took a glance at Donghuangling. Donghuangling let out a disdainful snort. Teacher. Seeing that Donghuangling was in trouble, Yunxing hurriedly stood up. Ling didn't mean it that way. The two of you, come out. The dark gold ranked teacher brought the two of them out of the room. Chapter 566. Use your most powerful magic to attack me. The dark gold ranked teacher signaled the two of them to take out their magic scepters. Ha! Donghuanglinger and Yunxing didn't expect that the reason why the dark gold ranked teacher called them out was to spar with them. Although the two girls had the guts of leopards, it was still the first time they had attacked their own teacher. They didn't dare to disobey their teacher like this. Just do as I say. Don't overestimate yourselves. With your current strength, you won't even be able to harm a single hair of mine. The dark gold ranked teacher said in disdain. Back then, even the martial saints didn't dare to do anything to the dark gold ranked teacher. From this, it could be seen that she was very powerful. Yunxing still remembered the special dark magic that the dark gold ranked teacher used on that day. Even the weakest teacher in the continent's magic elite camp was a sky mage. Yunxing and Donghuanglinger didn't know how powerful the dark gold ranked teacher was. However, even if the two of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat a sky mage. The dark gold ranked teacher used her magic scepter to draw a circle on the ground. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Today will be your first practical lesson. The two of you will come at me together. If one of you is able to force me out of this circle, I will tell you why I asked you to read the magic book. The dark gold ranked teacher waved her hand impatiently, signaling the two of them to hurry up. All right. You said it yourself. If anything happens, don't blame us. Donghuanglinger had been tortured by the dark gold ranked teacher's perverted training method for a long time. She had long wanted to take revenge. Now that she was able to fight openly, she was very happy. That old witch, today, I will definitely get back at her with interest. Then, I will offend you. Yunxing also wanted to know the reason why the dark gold ranked teacher didn't allow the two of them to learn dark magic directly. The two of them pulled out their magic scepters at the same time. Like two little wolves that were ready to pounce, their eyes emitted green light as they stared at the dark gold ranked teacher who was calm and composed. Within the straw hut, Koling, who had just finished her meditation, saw what was going on. When she saw the circle that the dark gold ranked teacher was in, she smiled maliciously. You two reckless fellows. Do you think that with your current cultivation, you can make a dark gold instructor jump out of that circle? Not to mention Yunxing and Donghuangling, even the current her wouldn't be able to force a dark gold ranked teacher to leave that circle. Koling had an expression on her face as she watched Yunxing and Donghuanglinger make a fool out of themselves. Donghuangling chanted and immediately used her movement technique on herself and Yunxing. In the past few years, Donghuanglinger had made great progress in her wind-type magic. Under the effect of wind magic, a pair of mint-green wind wings appeared behind Yunxing and Donghuanglinger. Under the effect of the wind wings, their status could be raised by more than 60%. Pincer attack. Yunxing, let's use our best magic to force the dark gold ranked teacher out. Donghuanglinger's voice and body moved at the same time. Donghuangling was indeed a wind and lightning magician who possessed two magic souls. Even though Yunxing possessed 5 magic souls, she admitted that in terms of the usage of wind-type magic, she was definitely inferior to Dong Huangling. Dong Huangling was like a nimble hummingbird. When her figure moved, a thunder flash would follow. Her target was the dark gold-ranked teacher who was in the middle of the circle. With such speed, the only way for the dark gold-ranked teacher to dodge was to jump out of the circle. However, just when Dong Huangling's thunder flash was about to form, at the location where the dark gold-ranked teacher was standing, sand suddenly rumbled. An earthen wall rapidly rose up, blocking the dark gold-ranked teacher's figure. Dong Huangling's thunder flash landed on the earthen wall. Dong Huangling paused in midair. Seeing that her attack had missed, she chanted once again. Sharp wind sickles immediately formed around her body. The dark gold-ranked teacher still had a calm expression on her face. Beside her, a water-blue dragon could be seen rapidly rising. The dragon rolled, and before the wind sickles could be seen, it had already hit Dong Huangling. Dong Huangling hurriedly dodged. The wind wings on her body were washed away by the water, causing her to fall from midair and land on the ground miserably. This is really strange. It seems that the dark gold-ranked teacher is able to predict what kind of magic I'm going to use. Dong Huangling wasn't stupid. Not only were her 2 attacks thwarted, but she was also injured by the dark gold-ranked teacher's magic. Yunxing also discovered that the magic that the dark gold-ranked teacher cast was able to restrain Dong Huangling's magic. Even if the dark gold-ranked teacher didn't make a move, Yunxing knew that if she were to use magic of other attributes, the dark gold-ranked teacher would be able to neutralize it first. The effect of a magic attack would only be maximized after the chanting was completed. However, the dark gold-ranked teacher would always interrupt Ling's chanting before Ling could complete her chanting. From this, it could be seen that the dark gold-ranked teacher knew exactly what kind of magic Ling was going to use. Could it be that the dark gold-ranked teacher has the ability to predict the future and is able to predict what kind of magic the opponent is going to use? Yunxing couldn't help but be frightened by this crazy thought of hers. Is there really someone in this world who is able to reach such a terrifying level of cultivation? No, it can't be because of this. There must be some other way to let the dark gold-ranked teacher know in advance what kind of magic Dong Huangling is going to use. Every time before a magic attack is used, the magic elements in the surroundings would definitely undergo a drastic change. That's right. In Yunxing's mind, it was as if there was a dazzling firework in the dark night sky. It was the change of the natural magic elements. It was impossible for the dark gold-ranked teacher to predict what kind of magic the opponent was going to use. However, she could rely on the fluctuation of the natural magic elements in the surroundings to predict what kind of magic the opponent was going to use. When a magician became a sky magician, they would be able to learn any one of the 4 types of natural magic. As long as the dark gold-ranked teacher used a magic attack that countered her and Dong Huangling's attacks, the dark gold-ranked teacher wouldn't have to worry about being injured at all. Once Yunxing understood this logic, the doubts in her heart immediately disappeared. She became even more confident in defeating the dark gold-ranked teacher. However, the situation was urgent and she didn't have the time to explain to Dong Huangling. Dong Huangling's continuous attacks were all without exception. At this moment, she was already disheartened and dejected. Ling, cast another wind magic attack on me. Yunxing already had a plan in mind. Dong Huangling didn't know what Yunxing wanted to do. However, she still cast another wind magic attack on Yunxing. Yunxing leaped up with a sharp gaze. You still don't want to give up? The dark gold-ranked teacher shook his head. These new students are always too impatient. They will never understand that whether it's dark magic or true magic, it's not something that can be achieved in a day. Teacher, be careful. As Yunxing spoke, she chanted a series of magic spells. Chapter 567. Yunsheng was different from Donghuang Ling. She had the Spirit Soul Stone to increase her speed. Thus, her magic chanting speed was very astonishing. It could even be said that in terms of chanting, she was at least twice as fast as Donghuang Ling. Her chanting speed was even comparable to some sky magicians. The dark gold mentor frowned. She quickly realized that Yunsheng's magic was a little special. She didn't expect Yunsheng's chanting to be so fast. In an instant, the chanting had already ended. However, no matter how fast she was still a newbie. The dark gold mentor sharply noticed that there was a wave of dark magic in the environment. Good lord, she was going to use dark magic. The dark gold mentor was also interested. Black thorns broke out from the ground like thorns. Those weren't ordinary thorns. They were dark thorns that were infused with the power of dark magic. They were more destructive and had a longer-lasting effect. Unfortunately, Yunsheng wasn't facing an ordinary magician. The dark gold mentor didn't chant at all. She pointed her magic scepter at the ground and floated in midair. With a swoosh, the ground that was originally covered with dark thorns turned into a swamp. The densely packed dark thorns all disappeared, submerged in the mud. Although the dark gold mentor was no longer standing on the ground, her body was still floating in the air above the original circle. Hence, the dark gold mentor was still within the circle. Your magic is not bad, but it's a pity that the effect is not good. The dark gold mentor changed her tone. Ling, who was in the room, witnessed this scene. Her disdain was replaced by surprise. She was very shocked. The dark gold mentor rarely used such a tone to evaluate a student's magic. It could be said that she was praising in disguise. If Yunsheng had been a little faster, her dark thorns would have been more effective. The dark gold rank teacher would have had no choice but to jump out of the encirclement to avoid the attack. Why don't you try this one? Just as the dark gold mentor finished her evaluation, Yunsheng, who was 50 meters away from her, suddenly disappeared in front of her. Earthmeld? No. The dark gold mentor still didn't understand why Yunsheng suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, she felt a strange wave of magic behind her. Yunsheng's guess was right. The reason why the dark gold mentor could predict other people's magic was that she had a sharper magic sense than the average person. She could rely on the wave of magic elements in the environment to sense the enemy's next spell. But this time, the dark gold mentor felt two waves of magic elements behind her. Water? Fire? What kind of magic was this? He actually wanted to use the mutually exclusive water and fire elements at the same time. Even the dark gold mentor, who had a vast knowledge of magic, was momentarily stunned. She could only immediately release a water shield behind her in an attempt to block this unknown magic. Was the dark gold mentor's back? The dark gold ranked instructor's water shield was shattered by the strange force. Since Yunsheng and the dark gold mentor were standing with their backs facing each other, the dark gold mentor could only feel the waves of magic elements. She didn't know what was going on behind her. The others were the same. They could only see the dark gold mentor, but no one knew what Yunsheng was doing behind her. The dark gold mentor felt as if she was hit in the back. Her body, which was floating in the air, suddenly flew out. The dark gold mentor's eyes were filled with disbelief. Only she knew best that at that moment, this student of hers, who was only a master magician, had actually cast a defensive water shield that she, a sky magician, had cast. It was broken. Yunsheng's magic did not diminish after breaking the water shield. Instead, it went straight for the dark gold mentor's back. The dark gold mentor felt a chill down her spine. If she didn't dodge, her sorcerer body would be in Yunsheng's hands today. The dark gold ranked instructor had no choice but to dodge. But even though she dodged quickly, she was still thrown far away by the impact of the magic. This was what Donghuang Linger and the others saw just now. Yunsheng, you actually used force to hurt the dark gold mentor. The others in the room thought that Yun Sheng had used some kind of combat skill to attack the Dark Gold Mentor. After all, based on her understanding of the Dark Gold Mentor, she knew that the Dark Gold Mentor could neutralize the attack of any elite mage camp except for a few elders. Yun Sheng, if she didn't use some kind of close combat skill, she wouldn't be able to force the Dark Gold Mentor into such a sorry state. Dong Huanglinger was also in disbelief at first, but she quickly jumped up. You won. Dark Gold Instructor, you've left the circle. Yun Sheng, you won. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, broke out in cold sweat. Just now, she had also taken a gamble. She knew that the number of spells she knew was far less than the Dark Gold ranked mentor. If she were to use conventional means, she would not be able to force the Dark Gold ranked mentor to retreat even if she were to use her entire life. So, she took a risk and used her own esoteric magic, Magic Lightning Vortex. Magic Lightning Vortex was the first personal esoteric magic that Yun Sheng had comprehended after fusing water and fire magic elements. The initial wave of magic was like the combination of water and fire magic. Yun Sheng wanted to mislead the Dark Gold Mentor, so she went behind her. Sure enough, under the interference of the two elements, the Dark Gold Mentor's judgment was wrong, and Yun Sheng succeeded. No, she used magic. The Dark Gold Mentor was also in disbelief. She looked at Yun Sheng. Although she couldn't tell what kind of magic Yun Sheng had used behind her, it was definitely a wave of magic. Could it be? A bold idea popped into the Dark Gold Mentor's mind. Could it be esoteric magic? Perhaps only personal esoteric magic could be unforeseen by others. Looking at Yun Sheng, who was standing beside Dong Huangling, with a smile on her face, as well as her magic scepter, she is indeed a master magician. A master magician student comprehended esoteric magic. The Dark Gold Mentor shook her head in annoyance. Impossible. If this is true, then even pigs can climb trees. Even she only comprehended her own esoteric magic after breaking through to become a sky magician. But if it wasn't esoteric magic, how could it break her water shield? Also, her back was still hurting faintly at this moment. The Dark Gold Mentor was sure that even if she dodged quickly just now, there must be a big bruise on her back. What a good Yun Sheng. She usually looked harmless, but when she made a move, she was really ruthless and fast. Chapter 568. The Dark Gold ranked teacher finally understood what it meant by, a dog that barks doesn't bite. Yun Sheng is a black-bellied person. If the Dark Gold ranked teacher knew that Yun Sheng didn't comprehend her first profound magic when she was a master magician, but when she was just an ordinary magician, she already, hearing the teacher's words, Kuling could only step back resentfully. No matter what magic you used, you have won this time. I will also keep my promise and tell you the reason why I asked you to read magic books non-stop. The Dark Gold ranked teacher didn't continue to ask what magic Yun Sheng used. For magicians, different magicians have different family backgrounds or different personal encounters. In many cases, some magicians have special magic that they can't reveal. As a teacher, she naturally couldn't ask too much. Thank you, teacher. Then, why did you ask us to read so many magic books? Since we won this time, we won't have to read them anymore, right? What Dong Huanglinger was more concerned about was whether she wouldn't have to read those hateful magic books anymore. She thought that the Dark Gold ranked teacher would give her a clear answer. Who knew that the Dark Gold ranked teacher's next sentence would make Dong Huanglinger so angry that she almost vomited blood? I have already told you the answer during the duel just now. You will continue to study magic scrolls until the freshman assessment. The Dark Gold ranked teacher didn't say anything else. She rubbed her back and went back into the room. This is the answer. No, teacher, where is the answer? You didn't say anything just now. Dong Huanglinger had a depressed expression on her face. She couldn't remember what the Dark Gold ranked teacher said during the duel. It's the fluctuation of magic elements. The dark gold rank teacher has already demonstrated what she wanted to teach us. Yun Xing nodded her head. She already knew this from the dark gold rank teacher's demonstration. This duel opened a whole new door for Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger. Due to her experience, Yun Sheng was still unable to predict the spell cast by others based on the fluctuation of the spell, unlike the dark gold mentors. But in more battles in the future, Yun Sheng began to consciously observe the magic waves around the opponent before a battle. She maintained this habit until she broke through to become a sky mage and comprehended her second arcane spell. It was also this habit that gave birth to profound magic, allowing Yun Sheng to display astonishing combat prowess in countless battles in the future. The two of them began to crazily memorize magic books. In the end, they decided not to return to their lodgings. Instead, they brought their rations to the library and began to crazily memorize magic scrolls. In the book collection pavilion, there were two more figures. The two of them memorized it when they were eating and when they were sleeping. They memorized it until their eyes turned blue. Look, those are the two trash students that the dark gold rank teachers took in. Some of the students who came to the library saw Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling's appearance and started mocking them. What are they doing? Why do they look like they are suffering from hysteria? A few female mages pointed at Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling and gossiped. Memorizing magic chants and practicing magic. TSK, TSK. Trash will always be trash. I stopped doing these things long ago when I was in the basic magic academy. Isn't that so? Magic is important in actual combat. It is said that the new students of the other teachers have already entered into actual combat training. With their appearance, they will definitely lose badly in the year-end assessment for new students. If it was in the past, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling would definitely retort when they heard such mockery and ridicule. But now, the two of them didn't have the mood to defend themselves. One after another, the cryptic magic scrolls became fluent under the duo's mouths. 6 months later, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling are actually miraculously finished memorizing 1,000 magic scrolls. On the day of the assessment, when Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling are finished memorizing 1,000 magic scrolls, the dark gold rank teacher revealed a satisfied smile. The two of you, try out the magic that you are best at. The dark gold ranked teacher ordered Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling. Yun Sheng did as she was told and began chanting. She quickly realized that her chanting was much more fluent than before. The moment the thought of releasing the scorching flame explosion appeared in her mind, she was able to release it almost instantly. Dong Huangling's situation was slightly worse than Yun Sheng's. But compared to before, she had improved a lot. How did this happen? Dong Huangling was very excited. Practice makes perfect. The two of you must be complaining that I only let you practice one type of magic over and over again. But have you ever thought that sometimes, killing an enemy only requires one type of magic? The dark gold ranked teacher said solemnly, until today, the two of you can't be considered as my dark gold ranked students. Understood, teacher. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling were very tempted. In a few days, it will be the assessment of your potential. If the two of you don't enter the top 300, the two of you will be kicked out of the magic elite camp. The dark gold ranked teacher's teaching was the strictest in the magic elite camp. Yun Sheng wasn't very worried about the dark gold ranked teacher's request because she was currently a saint magician. It was only because she used the Night Charm's soul stone that she temporarily hid her strength. But Dong Huangling was different. After the dark gold ranked teacher said this request, she became somewhat dispirited. After the dark gold ranked teacher left, Dong Huangling had a worried look on her face. Yun Sheng, I am worried that I won't be able to enter the top 300. My strength is only at the beginner level of a master magician. Don't be discouraged. Yun Sheng thought for a while, then took out a bottle of Moon God's Praise and gave it to Dong Huangling. What is this? Dong Huangling was puzzled. This is a potion that I concocted. Saint-grade potion, Moon God's Praise. If nothing unexpected happens, after you consume it, you will definitely be able to break through to become a saint magician. Yun Xing originally didn't want Dong Huangling, to use the potion. After all, using potions to increase one's cultivation wasn't a long-term plan. But with Dong Huangling's current situation, if she didn't use the potion to break through to become a saint magician, she might fail the assessment 6 months later. Yun Xing didn't want her to fail. Saint-grade potion. You are saying that this is the most mysterious potion in the continent for the past 2 to 3 years, the Moon God's Praise. A potion that even magic temples can't concoct. When Dong Huangling was in the East capital, she had also heard of the Moon God's Praise. It was said that a bottle of Moon God's Praise appeared in the Tang Yuan kingdom, and it allowed a trash that couldn't even comprehend magic to break through to become a magician. That bottle of potion was worth 10,000 Empire purple gold coins. Chapter 569. It's the praise of the Moon God. However, that is only a high-grade potion. The one in your hand is a saint-grade potion, the effect will be better. Yun Xing said casually. She had yet to tell Dong Huangling that she still had more than 10 bottles of the praise of the Moon God that had been added with the spring of life. Dong Huangling's hands were trembling slightly. She moaned and hugged Yun Xing, then gave her a big kiss on her face and said, Yun Xing, I love you so much. This is great. I will go and cultivate now. I will definitely not waste this potion. Dong Huangling immediately went into seclusion. In order not to disturb her, Yun Xing could only walk out by herself. It was already night outside. Yun Xing walked a few steps and discovered that the dark gold-ranked teacher was also outside. Furthermore, she was standing not far away from the straw hut. Yun Xing felt a little guilty. She didn't know if the dark gold-ranked teacher heard that she used the praise of the Moon God to help Dong Huangling break through. Her guilty look fell into the eyes of the dark gold-ranked instructor. I didn't expect that you are also a potion master. If a certain old fellow from the Elders' Council knew about this, he would probably be overjoyed. The dark gold-ranked teacher realized that she didn't understand this new disciple of hers at all. As a dark magician, what she hated the most were some disciples who were half-hearted when learning magic. However, Yun Xing was such a half-hearted person. She was a doctor and a magician. She even knew a little about smithing. Now, she even discovered that she was proficient in potions. Dark gold-ranked teacher, I didn't mean to hide it. Yun Xing wanted to explain. The dark gold-ranked teacher took a look at the straw hut. In the straw hut, the faint light of magic was getting brighter and brighter. You don't have to explain. Just don't abuse the potion. For Dong Huangling, to be able to meet you, it is also her luck. You don't have to tell me all your abilities. There are so many students in the mage elite camp. Which one of them doesn't know how to hide their abilities? I don't care how many abilities you have. However, there is one thing that cannot delay your magic training. You are my dark gold disciple. You must be stronger than anyone else. If anyone covets your other abilities, just tell me, because you are my dark gold disciple. The dark gold instructor waved his hand impatiently, indicating that Yun Xing didn't need to explain. When Yun Xing heard this, her heart trembled slightly. It was as if this was the first time she had seen dark gold. At the same time, she was secretly delighted. Dark gold instructor, you asked me to hide my strength. What holy magician! What profound magic! If you find out about it in the future, don't blame me for not telling you. Yun Xing muttered in her heart, but her face couldn't be any more serious. Teacher, I will definitely remember your teachings. Don't worry, I won't use potions to break through my cultivation. She didn't even need to break through to fulfill his request. Yun Xing saw that the dark gold instructor was in a good mood tonight. She rolled her eyes. Dark gold instructor, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Unexpectedly, the dark gold instructor didn't reject Yun Sheng's request. Why can you release magic without chanting? Yun Sheng couldn't help but ask. Yun Sheng had been wanting to ask since she saw the dark gold instructor defeat 5 warrior saints. The dark gold instructor didn't need time. She could release several types of magic in an instant. Yun Sheng's magic scepter had the demon soul stone and the wind spirit's blessing, but she still needed to chant. Chanting shouldn't be underestimated. In a battle between masters, especially when facing multiple opponents, the speed of chanting could be the key to victory. So you have noticed. It's not that I don't need to chant, but I chant faster than ordinary people. Or rather, I chant with my mind. You know, the brain always reacts faster than the mouth or hands. The dark gold instructor was very satisfied with Yun Sheng's progress. She had taken in so many disciples, and Yun Sheng was the best in terms of memory and reaction. She was even better than Ko Ling, who had followed her for more than 5 years. The dark gold instructor believed that as long as Yun Sheng could endure the later training, she would achieve more than Ko Ling in the end. Using my mind with my mind. Yun Sheng had never heard of such a technique. How many types of meditation do you know? The dark gold instructor suddenly asked. There were several types of meditation for mages. The most common was sitting meditation, and the other was sleeping meditation. However, those were only for middle-level and low-level mages. The dark gold instructor thought that Yun Sheng would answer with 1 or 2 types. However, Yun Sheng thought for a while and said, 3 types. Sitting meditation, sleeping meditation, and deep meditation. You know how to do deep meditation? Who taught you that? The dark gold-ranked instructor was shocked. A doctor taught me. It's called cloud dream ice sleep. This meditation also has the effect of clearing the heart. Yun Sheng didn't hide the fact and told her the method that Dr. Fan taught her. This meditation is also very special, but it's still not as good as celestial meditation. The other type of meditation I'm talking about is called celestial meditation. However, not everyone can learn it. Let me test if you are suitable to learn celestial meditation. The dark gold instructor asked Yun Sheng to extend her hand. The dark gold instructor held Yun Sheng's hand, and a cold magical power entered Yun Sheng's body. Yun Sheng couldn't help but shiver. When the dark gold instructor's magical power entered Yun Sheng's body, she wanted to test how high Yun Sheng's magical power was. However, she found that when her magical power entered Yun Sheng's body, it was blocked by a mysterious force. What's in your body? The dark gold instructor was surprised. I can't hide it anymore. This is our family's unique internal energy. It can strengthen the body and is similar to a warrior's combat power. Yun Sheng lied. She was joking. She still wanted to keep the secret of the jade marrow technique. From time to time, she would use a few hidden needles. She couldn't reveal it. The jade marrow technique's power was similar to a warrior's combat power. The dark gold instructor nodded and didn't ask further. The dark gold instructor didn't test it anymore. She just injected a subtle magical power into Yun Sheng's Dharma soul. Yun Sheng only felt that when the magic power entered Purple Gold's magic soul, the environment around her suddenly changed. The insects, birds, and the thatched hut all disappeared. Even the dark gold instructor disappeared at once. However, at the same time, a colorful light appeared in front of her eyes. It was magical elements. All kinds of magical elements. She had never realized that there were so many magical elements floating around her. The dark gold instructor's voice sounded in her ears. Celestial meditation is a type of meditation. It allows people to enter a state that they have never been in before. Every pore and breath in your body is your eyes. You can use it to capture the most magical elements. At the same time, it can also increase your body's sensitivity to magical elements. In the end, you can chant spells and even predict spells. It's up to you whether you can understand this meditation. Chapter 570. After saying that, the dark gold-ranked teacher's voice disappeared. Under the night sky, Yun Sheng was like a scarecrow, standing there. Her eyes were open as she stood there, but her consciousness had already left with her. Boom! Yun Sheng's body began to feel the magical elements around her crazily squeezing her. Her magical soul let out an unbearable moan, as if it had been thirsty for a long time and suddenly found rain in the desert. There was only one thought in Yun Sheng's mind, and that was to crazily absorb all the magical elements around her. Enough. Just when Yun Sheng was greedily absorbing the magical elements, the dark gold-ranked teacher's voice suddenly woke Yun Sheng up. Did I enter celestial meditation just now? Yun Sheng felt that everything that happened just now was like a dream. However, when she checked her own Dharma soul, she discovered that in that short period of time, her Dharma soul had actually grown by 10% compared to usual. This discovery made Yun Sheng feel an impulse of ecstasy. This celestial meditation was too amazing. Yun Sheng didn't know that the dark gold-ranked teacher was even more shocked than her. This child's learning ability is indeed outstanding. She actually entered celestial meditation on her first try. The dark gold-ranked teacher originally only wanted to teach Yun Sheng the most basic technique so that she could practice it repeatedly in the future. She didn't expect that she would succeed on her first try. You have already comprehended celestial meditation. However, you have to be careful and not overdo it. Otherwise, your magical soul might not be able to withstand it. The dark gold-ranked teacher realized that the magical elements around her were all absorbed by Yun Sheng in less than 15 minutes. Even the dark gold-ranked teacher couldn't help but want to curse. A 5-elemental magical soul was too overbearing. Oh, I will definitely remember. Yun Sheng touched her head embarrassedly. Tonight, Dong Huang Ling should be able to break through. You can try comprehending it outside. Don't try the celestial meditation that I just taught you again today. The dark gold-ranked teacher was also very excited. She decided to go back to her room to calm down. In the past, she had always been worried about not being able to find a genius student. Who would have thought that she would accidentally recruit such a student this time around? Yun Sheng nodded. She didn't dare to try again. She entered a state of deep meditation to calm the sudden surge of magic in her body. Not far away, Ko Ling looked at Yun Sheng and the dark gold-ranked instructor with jealousy. This damned newbie. She actually let a dark gold instructor teach her the celestial meditation method so quickly. Ko Ling had been following a dark gold-ranked instructor for 5 years, but she had yet to learn celestial meditation. Yun Sheng must be eliminated, Ko Ling thought bitterly. Yun Sheng jumped up when she heard the crisp chirping of birds. She found that the surrounding environment was particularly fresh. Yun Sheng, Yun Sheng. Dong Huang Ling ran out from the thatched cottage. Seeing Yun Sheng, Dong Huang Ling was extremely happy. Success, I succeeded this time. I really made a breakthrough. Yun Sheng looked at Dong Huang Ling, who was in high spirits. It was as if she saw the Dong Huang Ling, from the first time they met, the proud and confident princess of the eastern capital. Junior sisters, why are you so happy so early in the morning? Did something good happen? Ko Ling also walked out from the cottage. Senior sister, I made a breakthrough. Dong Huang Ling raised her head. Yun Sheng paid attention to Ko Ling's expression. The corner of Ko Ling's mouth stiffened for a moment, but very quickly, a kind smile appeared on her face. Congratulations, Ling. Senior sister has always felt that you are very talented. You will definitely pass the test this time around. Ko Ling took a look at Yun Sheng and pretended to be concerned. Yun Sheng, Ling, made a breakthrough, but you still haven't. This time around, the test for the Mage Elite Camp is very strict. It is said that if one hasn't become a Saint Mage, the probability of entering the top 300 is very low. When the time comes, the two of you. Ko Ling's words seemed to be concerned about Yunsheng. However, in actuality, she was trying to sow discord between Yunsheng and Dong Huangling, her. Hearing Ko Ling's words, Dong Huangling's heart skipped a beat. Yunsheng, it's all my fault. If I didn't drink that. Dong Huangling thought that Yunsheng gave the bottle of medicine to her. Yunsheng made a hand gesture, indicating to Dong Huangling that she didn't need to say anything. Senior sister, thank you for your concern. Whether or not I can pass the test, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Yunsheng emphasized. Ko Ling asked for a rebuff. Thus, she didn't pay any more attention to the two of them and went back to her training. Yunsheng told Dong Huangling about the sky meditation method at the dark gold rank teacher taught her last night. Although Yunsheng had already taught Dong Huangling the sky meditation method, Dong Huangling obviously didn't have the talent for it. Unlike Yunsheng, Dong Huangling didn't enter the sky meditation state. She also didn't sense the fluctuation of magic elements in the surroundings. Only now did Yunsheng understand the intention of the dark gold rank teacher. Not everyone was able to learn the sky meditation method. After a few more days, Yunsheng and Dong Huangling had already been in the magic elite camp for a full year. Today was the day that the two of them would be participating in the freshman potential assessment. The two of them woke up very early in the morning. After meditating for a while, they felt that their bodies were filled with magic elements and walked out of the thatched cottage. 1 year passed by like an arrow. The two of them were already 13 years old. Compared to when they first entered the magic elite camp, the two of them had changed their temperament and figure. Dong Huangling had grown taller by quite a bit. Yunsheng's complexion was fair and her figure was slim. The two of them were no longer young and inexperienced. Instead, they emitted a kind of youthful aura that was unique to young girls. Although the dark gold ranked teacher didn't teach the two of them any high-level magic, the two of them had completely changed their willpower and mental state. Following the instructions of the dark gold ranked teacher, the two of them found the magic testing camp that the magic elite camp used to conduct the freshman assessment. It was a blue and white tent that was similar to a large yurt. In front of the testing camp, there was already a long queue. There are a total of 600 to 700 freshmen this year. However, it is said that only 500 of them managed to persevere. Actually, the freshman assessment is similar to the previous assessment in the Magic Temple. The only difference is that there is an additional magic demonstration. We only need to use the magic that we are most proficient in. Dong Huangling and Yunsheng walked to the back of the queue. The freshman assessment was divided into two segments. The first segment was to test one's magic power. The other segment was to test one's magic power. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling had already asked Gu Feng and Qi about this earlier. Although there were only two segments, 500 of them wasn't a small number. After a few days of assessment, it was enough to test the patience of the teachers. After waiting for more than half a day, the queue in front of them finally shortened. None of the freshmen who had already completed the assessment left immediately. Most of them were in groups of 3 to 5 as they waited outside the testing camp. Chapter 571. After all of the tests were over, the teachers would announce a new ranking list of the freshmen's potential. This ranking list, on the lighter side, would determine whether or not the freshmen would have the chance to learn higher-level magic. On the heavier side, it would determine whether or not the freshmen would be able to continue staying in the continent's magic elite camp. When it was Yunsheng's turn, it was already 3:00 in the afternoon. One of the students above Yunsheng had already been inside for 15 minutes. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the testing camp. Obviously, it was from one of the teachers. The students immediately became restless, and some of them started discussing in a low voice. Who was the one that just entered? Who else could it be? It's Feng Tian. Before the voices of discussion disappeared, the voice of a teacher could be heard from the testing camp. Next. The next person was Yun Sheng. Dong Huangling made a gesture of encouragement. Yun Sheng nodded her head and walked into the testing camp. Just when she lifted the curtain of the testing camp, one of the students who was taking the test just happened to walk out. Yun Sheng wasn't on guard and almost bumped into him. Just when Yun Sheng was about to apologize, she discovered that a cold gaze was looking at her. It was a male student. His appearance could be considered to be delicate and pretty. However, he looked somewhat pale. He had a pair of single eyelids that were slightly raised, his lips were tightly pursed, and he had an arrogant look on his face. He looked at Yun Sheng with disgust, then turned his body and dodged. This person, Yun Sheng knew. Feng Tian. The person who was ranked number 1 in the continent's magic elite camp, Feng Tian. He was from Penglai, and his magic power was very powerful. It was said that among all of the freshmen, he was the one who had the fastest ability to break through to become a sky mage. The moment he entered the continent's magic elite camp, he was fought over by all of the teachers. However, in the end, he chose an unknown teacher. He rarely interacted with others, let alone a student like Yun Sheng who was at the bottom of the ranking list. Yun Sheng saw the disdain in Feng Tian's eyes. Yet another person who thinks he is infallible. Sneering coldly in her heart, Yun Sheng walked into the magic testing camp. From the outside, the testing camp was only the size of a small hut, but because of the space magic, it looked very spacious. In the middle of the square camp was a magic array that illuminated the area. The layout of the magic array was strangely familiar. At first glance, it looked like the layout of a temple. Behind a long wooden table sat 3 mages in mage robes. At this moment, the 3 of them were whispering to each other. Obviously, the results of Feng Tian's test earlier had surprised them. No one noticed that Yun Sheng had already walked in. While the 3 mentors were still discussing, Yun Sheng sized up the magic mentors. The dark gold-ranked instructor was a loner, and she rarely interacted with other instructors. Other than Chen Lianer's instructor Shi Yao and Abundance instructor Shi Huang, as well as Gu Feng's instructor Shi Guang, whom she had only heard of but never seen in person, Yun Sheng had never seen the other instructors before. As for Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling, because of the hellish training, they almost never came into contact with other teachers. There were a total of 3 instructors in the testing camp. The instructor sitting in the middle was the oldest. He looked even older than her grandfather, Yun Ba. The remaining 2 instructors looked older than the dark gold-ranked instructor. When Yun Sheng entered, the 3 instructors didn't even look at Yun Sheng. After all, Yun Sheng entered right after Feng Tian. Just by looking at the expressions of the instructors, she knew that Feng Tian's test results must be very shocking. Among the 3 instructors, Yun Sheng could roughly tell that the 2 instructors on her left and right were both at the peak of the Sky Mage realm. As for the magic cultivation of the instructor in the middle, she couldn't tell clearly. The situation didn't seem optimistic. Yun Sheng was a little regretful that she was behind Feng Tian. The assessment of the freshman's potential was said to be a test of strength, but everyone knew that the final ranking didn't necessarily represent the student's strength. After all, there were 500 students. Just by looking at them taking the test, the instructors were already numb. Therefore, some students would take a different approach during the test. For example, they would use some unique little magic, or some students who had mutated secondary magic souls. This would increase their impression of them. Yun Sheng had previously thought of casually showing off her 3 magic souls to attract attention, but she just had to be behind Feng Tian. Behind a genius student who was half a step into becoming a sky mage, even if Yun Sheng had 3 magic souls, what could she do? No matter what, since she was already standing here, she had to perfectly complete the test. Unless she revealed that she had 5 magic souls. No, she couldn't completely reveal her strength until the last moment. Yun Sheng pondered for a moment. Cough cough. Seeing that the three instructors were still discussing among themselves, Yun Sheng could only cough a few times to remind them. After hearing the sound, the old magician in the middle noticed that there was an additional student in the testing camp. He casually glanced at the names on the list. Name, country, magic level. When you entered the magic elite camp, the black-haired female magician on the right read out listlessly. Yun Sheng, from Zhou State, Master Magician. Yun Sheng answered one by one. Let's begin. First, let's take the magic power test. Once they heard that she was from Zhou State, a country with weak magic, and was only a master magician, the three instructors sighed. The male magician on the left and the old magician in the middle began to casually chat. The female magician on the right flipped through the test results of the students in front of her. No one even opened their eyes to pay attention to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng frowned. The first round of the magic power test was very similar to the magic crystal test that Yun Sheng took in the temple when she was young. It was just that the magic elite camp used a magic crystal ball of a higher level. Only the lower level tests used a magic crystal ball. Inject your magic power into the magic crystal ball. The male instructor on the left saw that Yun Sheng did not move and had to remind her. Oh, I almost forgot. The previous magic crystal ball was broken by Feng Tian's magic power. Only then did the male instructor get up and take out a new magic crystal ball. Yun Sheng noticed that there were still some pieces of the crystal ball at the foot of the long table. This kind of testing crystal ball was specially prepared for new students below the sky level. The fact that the crystal ball was broken proved that someone had displayed magic power that was close to the level of a sky magician. The exclamation just now should be because of that. He had only been in the camp for a year and was about to break through. This Feng Tian was indeed very powerful. This person would most likely become her opponent in the future. Don't be afraid. Start the test. Inject all the magic power in your body into the crystal ball, the female magician reminded her. Yun Sheng obeyed and picked up the magic crystal ball. The magic elements in her body seeped into the crystal ball bit by bit. Chapter 572. The dark gold instructor had said that in this assessment, if one didn't enter the top 300, they would have to leave. Yun Sheng didn't want to reveal too much of her strength, but she also couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, if she was kicked out of the magic elite camp, it wouldn't be worth it. While thinking, the dark magic in her body poured into the crystal ball. The crystal ball, which was originally sparkling and translucent, immediately became as dark as the night sky, pitch black. Dark magic, intermediate master magician. Seeing the dark magic, the several magicians only raised their eyelids. This kind of cultivation, in the continent's magic elite camp, could only be regarded as at the bottom. Most of the magicians didn't have a good impression of dark magic. Continue to the next test. Before she finished speaking, the crystal ball, which was originally as dark as night, emitted two colors. Ice blue, magma red. In Yun Sheng's hand, the crystal ball was like the rising sun that broke through the night sky. It suddenly released two completely different colors. The whole camp was illuminated. The old magician, who had a casual expression, suddenly jumped up, his old eyes wide open. Seeing the old magician's action, the two middle-aged male and female magic instructors couldn't help but stand up. The three of them stared at the crystal ball in Yun Sheng's hand. This is water and fire magic. You are a three-element magician. Although it was said that after becoming a saint magician, the majority of magicians could use any kind of magic of the nature attribute. But that was only limited to low-level magic. Only a magician with a pure multi-element magic soul could learn high-level or even saint-level nature magic. What are you two looking at? How is that an ordinary fire and water magic? That old magician looked as if he had seen a rare treasure, walked to Yun Sheng's side and clicked his tongue in wonder. With this old magician's eyesight, he could see at a glance that Yun Sheng's two magic elements were very unusual. It was the purest fire and water magic. Karmic fire, it must be karmic fire. And that ice-blue water magic, it must be the elven water magic. The old magician kept muttering, his pair of old eyes staring at the magic crystal ball in Yunsheng's hand. What, karmic fire and elven water magic? The two male and female magicians only now realized that this student in front of them was unusual. Karmic fire was the most precious treasure that all fire magicians and alchemists on the continent dreamed of. Karmic fire was indestructible. As for the elven water magic, on the continent, it was the best healing magic, second only to light magic. It was extremely rare for any magician to possess either of these two types of magic. However, this student, who was only a master magician, actually possessed two types of magic spells at once. Excuse me, may I put down the magic crystal ball now? Yunsheng observed the reactions of the mentors. If she continued with the test, she was worried that she would not be able to control herself and expose the remaining two elements of magic power. But looking at the reactions of the mentors, especially the old magicians, Yunsheng believed that she had achieved the effect she wanted. If she guessed correctly, the oldest magician among the three magicians should be the examiner for this test. Regardless of whether she could be ranked in the top 300 of the potential list, just based on the two rare magic elements that she revealed, the continent's elite magician camp would definitely not drive her away. Alright, you're Yunsheng, right? Who's your teacher? The old magician was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. His appearance made the two male and female magicians very surprised. Just now, when Feng Tian's magic broke the crystal ball, the old magician wasn't as happy as he was during the test. Yes, my teacher is a dark gold magician. May I ask, what is the second test? Yunsheng answered truthfully. No need, if it's you, one test is enough. Let the last student come in. The old magician muttered to himself and asked Yunsheng to leave first. Yunsheng was a bit surprised. She didn't ask any more and left. After leaving the testing camp, Dong Huangling quickly walked over. Compared to the other students, Yunsheng's test was very short. Usually, only students who weren't strong enough would be able to complete the test in such a short time. Just when Dong Huangling was about to ask about the test result, a voice sounded from the tent. Let the last student come in. Dong Huangling had no choice but to enter the tent first. Dong Huangling walked into the magician's tent. Name, country, and magic cultivation when you entered the continent's elite magician camp. After going through Yunsheng's test, the three magicians became a lot more energetic. Dong Huangling, from the eastern capital, magic master. After hearing Dong Huangling's surname and country, the three magicians didn't have much of a reaction. This was the continent's elite magician camp. To them, the origin and family background of the students didn't mean much. Here, every student was just a student. Dong Huangling was a lot more nervous than Yunsheng. Facing three completely unfamiliar teachers, her heart was still in a mess. The process of Dong Huangling's test was similar to Yunsheng's. First, she tested her magic power. Then, she tested her magic power. Dong Huangling had just broken through not long ago. Thus, she was still a bit nervous. She carefully infused her magic power into the magic crystal. The emerald green wind magic power and the purple lightning magic power were very beautiful in the crystal. She should have just broken through not long ago. The female magician who was recording the test result nodded her head. Among the freshmen this time, about half of the freshmen had already reached the level of a saint magician after going through a year of freshman training. After becoming a saint magician, the freshman would be able to start learning all kinds of high-level magic. The second stage of the test is to release a magic spell. That male magician finished speaking. The old magician at the side waved his hand impatiently and said, "You're already the last person. Let's just change the test method. Little girl, I can see that your magic soul is quite special. Release a magic spell and attack me. Attack you. Dong Huangling had a surprised look on her face. What kind of test is this? Attacking a respected teacher, in the continent's elite magician camp, this was an extremely disgraceful thing to do. You mustn't do that. What if we hurt you? The two magicians at the side hurriedly stopped Dong Huangling. What if? I've been waiting for this student for a long time. The old magician chuckled and unhurriedly took off the magician's robe that he was wearing. Underneath the magician's robe, he was actually wearing a set of armor. Just that, different from ordinary armor, this set of armor wasn't made of metal. Instead, it was a set of armor made of wood. Chapter 573. The identity of this old magician was one of the highest existences in the continent's magic elite camp. This armor was called the Withered Wood Helmet, and it was a saint-ranked magical equipment. Not only was it very light, its defensive power was also very astonishing, making it very suitable for magicians to wear. The old magician spent a tremendous amount of effort to obtain this armor from a master craftsman who forged this armor. The person who forged this wooden helmet was a master craftsman who possessed a partial elf bloodline. When he was forging this armor, he said regretfully, "What a pity. If this armor was able to be forged with the power of heaven's lightning, it would definitely be able to transform into a saint-ranked demigod armor." In the continent, when warriors were forging the heavens and breaking through to martial saint, they would need heaven's lightning to refine their body. This withered wood helmet was the same. This withered wood helmet was forged using a special type of elf wood. Unfortunately, when it was forged, it lacked a heaven's lightning. Therefore, it became a saint-ranked armor. That elf master craftsman had always felt regretful about this. As his good friend, the old magician also remembered the words of the elf master craftsman. After he obtained this armor, he had always hoped to find an opportunity to forge it with heaven's lightning. Unfortunately, he never found an opportunity. Until a while ago, he suddenly thought of something. If he was unable to use heaven's lightning, but he was able to find a student who possessed a secondary lightning magic attribute and have her reforge it with lightning magic, perhaps this withered wood helmet might really have a chance to transform. With this goal in mind, the old magician began to look for such a student in the continent's magic elite camp. However, secondary lightning magic souls were truly too rare. Thus, the old magician was unable to find one. It was only until he heard that there might be such a student among the freshmen that he found an opportunity to participate in this year's freshman potential test. Naturally, Dong Huangling didn't know what this old magician was thinking about. With a terrified expression on her face, she didn't dare to make a move. This old magician seemed to be even older than her great-grandmother. If I don't pay attention, I might accidentally kill him. What should I do then? Don't say any more, immediately use your strongest lightning magic to attack me. The old magician had an excited expression on his face. As a student of the magic elite camp, you must obey my orders. If you don't dare to attack, then leave the camp immediately. When Dong Huangling heard that she was going to be kicked out of the magic elite camp, the worry that Dong Huangling had immediately disappeared. The dark gold instructor's words were still ringing in his ears. Dong Huangling gritted her teeth as she muttered in her heart, in order to get into the top 300, I'll give it my all. Dong Huangling gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Then, she aimed her magic scepter at that old magician and instantly struck out a thunder flash. The old magician had a calm expression on his face. Rumble. Several streaks of lightning flashed across the sky. Each of them was as thick as an arm and hit the old magician's body. The two mages at the side watched with trepidation. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Just as the lightning flash hit the old magician's wooden helmet began to change. The appearance of the magic protective helmet was very similar to that of an old tree's bark. Even the patterns were almost exactly the same. The moment the arm-thick lightning flash hit a human body, even a warrior would be injured, let alone a magician. However, what was unexpected was that when the lightning flash hit the old magician, the magic power was actually completely absorbed by the unremarkable-looking armor. The old magician had a dissatisfied expression on his face. A thunder flash of this scale was simply unable to satisfy his wooden helmet. It's just like scratching an itch. The old magician shook his head, too weak. Compared to sky lightning, it's not just a few levels weaker. The so-called lightning magic powers effect was somewhat similar to sky lightning body tempering. Who would have thought that when the old magician's muttering entered Dong Huang Linger's ears, it sounded like the old magician was ridiculing her magic power. When Dong Huang Linger heard what the old magician said, the fire in her heart immediately rose. Her eyebrows stood straight and her eyes seemed as if they were about to spurt out fire. The old magician in front of her suddenly transformed into the magical space that had trapped her for half a year, and transformed into countless students who had laughed at her. Dong Huang Linger's eyes darkened as she immediately released all of the magic power within her body. It would have been fine if she didn't release all of her magic power. After releasing all of her magic power, Dong Huang Linger actually burst forth with unprecedented potential. She actually released 13 thunder flashes at the same time. The 13 thunderbolt flashes were released at the same time without any deviation. Unexpectedly, they joined together and formed a purple lightning dragon. That thunder dragon had 3 claws. After letting out a dragon roar, it suddenly pounced toward the old magician. High-grade magic, thunder dragon flash. The old magician was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that this student who was merely a saint magician would actually comprehend a high-grade magic at this juncture of the magic testing. By the time the old magician reacted, it was already too late. The might of a high-grade magic was no small matter. Not to mention, this was the lightning magic that was known for its violence. Within the magic testing camp, along with the roar of a furious dragon, a frightening sound of thunder could be heard. In an instant, the entire magic testing camp was blown up. Green smoke billowed and the tarpaulin turned into rags. The 500+ students who were waiting outside the magic testing camp were all shocked by this sudden scene. It's fine, it's just a mistake. Within the magic testing camp, a few people jumped out. The 3 teachers and Dong Huang Linger were all coughing, and they all looked very miserable. Especially that old magician with white hair and beard, he didn't care about his image and had a burnt beard and hair. With the old magician's cultivation and that mystical armor that he was wearing, a high-grade magic power was naturally unable to harm him. Third Elder, are you alright? The 2 male and female magicians were also in a very sorry state. They had been magic testing teachers for so many years, but this was the first time that they had encountered such a rude student. She actually blew up the entire magic testing camp. The old magician fiercely glared at Dong Huang Linger, but the latter still had a dazed expression on her face. Even Dong Huang Linger herself didn't expect that she would actually comprehend a high-grade magic power in such a short period of time. Hee, very good, very good. That old magician didn't pay attention to his sorry state. He chuckled and touched the armor that he was wearing. It turned out that, under the effect of that flood dragon flash, the brown-colored rattan armor that he was wearing actually underwent a pleasant change. The brown-colored armor had already completely disappeared and turned green. It was now completely attached to the old magician's body. Furthermore, what was even more strange was that, on the withered wooden armor, there were leaf-like patterns that looked very lifelike. After going through this special flood dragon flash, the magic armor that the 3rd Elder was wearing directly advanced by a grade. Super God rank, it is definitely a Super God rank. Chapter 574. The old magician's face was filled with joy. He didn't have any intention of pursuing Dong Huang Linger for offending him. Dong Huang Linger let out a breath of relief and roughly told Yun Sheng what happened. After hearing what Dong Huang Linger said, Yun Sheng held back her laughter and gave Dong Huang Linger a thumbs up. Dong Huang Linger is pretty awesome. I'm afraid that only Dong Huangling would be able to comprehend a high-level magic all of a sudden. However, with this, she and Ling should be able to continue staying in the continent's magic elite camp with peace of mind. After this unforeseen event, the two unfortunate male and female archmages quickly cleaned up the scene and set up a new magic testing tent. In another half an hour, the new batch of freshmen's potential rankings will be announced. The old magician and the two sorcerers walked into the magic tent. This half an hour was very torturous for most of the students. Dong Huangling had already gotten rid of the state of being tested just now. It's over. Was the person that I attacked just now someone from the Elder Council? Only now did Dong Huangling realize what the two sorcerers called the old magician just now. Third Elder? Isn't that the Elder of the Elder Council? That's the highest level of the continent's magic elite camp. In the continent's magic elite camp, there are teaching assistants, beginner teachers, intermediate teachers, advanced teachers, and above them is the Elder Council. The mysterious Elder Council, it is said that every single elder has unfathomable strength and ability. Don't worry too much. You also said just now that it was the third elder who asked you to attack him. Yun Xing recalled the wooden armor that the second elder was wearing. With Yun Xing's Shenong eye, it wasn't hard for her to see that the strange wooden armor should be a magic tool of the elf race. Just now, Ling Er's high-level magic should have increased the quality of the armor by a level. So it turns out that using lightning attribute magic can actually create an effect similar to using lightning to forge the armor. However, Yun Xing didn't dare to try this kind of special forging method. This third elder was a crazy old man. He actually used such a dangerous method to directly wear the armor on his body and directly test it. Yun Xing then looked at Feng Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed. Just now, there was such a big commotion. Everyone's reaction was not small. Only Feng Tian stood proudly at the side. The mages of the continent's elite mages were all lunatics. The old one was a lunatic, while the young one was a little lunatic. Yun Xing despised them from the bottom of her heart. In the testing camp, the three instructors had already sat down again. They were arranging the names of the 500 students and ranking them. The freshman potential list that was about to be released was a summary of all the freshmen's achievements in the past year. The third elder cast a cleansing spell and tidied up his appearance. Not bad, not bad. Among this batch of new students, there are many students with great potential. The second elder seemed to be in a good mood. Although it was good to have an additional super god grade armor, the armor was a dead object, while the students were living creatures. Those new students were the most precious wealth of the continent's elite mages. Feng Tian, Yun Sheng, who possessed the power of pure water and fire, and Dong Huangling, who was able to comprehend high-grade magic in an emergency situation. There were quite a lot of talents in this batch of students. There are actually 2 dark gold students among them. When the female instructor was arranging the names, she discovered that the last 2 female students to enter the testing camp were actually dark gold students. Dark gold, in the continent's elite mages, could be considered as a very special existence. Most of the magic instructors didn't like dark gold students, but no one dared to look down on her. Dark gold's luck is not bad this time. I hope that this time, she can successfully bring out an outstanding sky magician. How many years has it been? It's about time for the continent's elite mages to produce an outstanding dark magician. That elder stroked his beard with a deep expression. On his aged face, a very special expression appeared. It seemed as if he was in awe, but also seemed as if he was in fear. Let's start the ranking. Tell me who is the number 1 in your hearts. The third elder pulled back from his thoughts. As expected, it's still that person. She is undoubtedly the number 1. The 2 male and female instructors looked at each other. In their hearts, they already had an ideal candidate for the number 1. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling were still outside the magic camp, discussing the test just now. Yunsheng, Ling, have the two of you finished the test? When will the results be out? The crowd immediately moved aside, and Qi and Gufeng walked over. The two of them knew that today was the day of the test for the potential of the new students. After completing their respective cultivation missions, they had rushed over to Zhangxian. When the two of them appeared, the eyes of the new students who were waiting for the results of the test were all attracted to them. Most of the people who were looking at Qi were female mages. All of them had infatuated looks on their faces. As for Gufeng, he was quite popular among the male mages. After all, he was a light element mage. In the future, when fighting, they might need his help at any time. It turned out that both Qi and Gufeng knew that Yunsheng and Donghuangling were here to participate in the test for the new students. After completing their respective training, they came to look for the two of them. Yunsheng and Donghuangling told the two of them about the things that happened in the magic assessment camp just now. The four of them chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the astonished gazes of the people around them. Especially those female mages, when they saw Qi, who was ranked third on the primrose list, who had never gotten close to anyone, they actually revealed a rare smile. Looking at Qi's face from a close distance, the group of female mages couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Too handsome. However, at the same time, they also noticed that Qi was actually chatting with the two female mages. Many of the new students knew about Yunsheng and Donghuangling's background. The matter of the two of them crazily memorizing magic spells in the library was once spread around as a joke. They are merely two of the lowest-ranked mages, what's so great about them? Just because of their good looks, they were able to obtain the favor of senior brother Qi. The hearts of the female mages were itching. A woman's jealousy was scary. Very quickly, a group of female mages gathered together and started whispering to each other, investigating the background of Yunsheng and Donghuangling. Just what kind of background do those two women have? To actually be able to make senior brother Qi and senior brother Gufeng be so close to them? Looking at their cultivation, at most, they are only master mages. Isn't it just that their faces are not bad? That's right, with just a look, these women don't look like they are here to learn magic. They must have used some kind of special magic to bewitch the two senior brothers. Yunsheng and Donghuangling still didn't know that the two of them had already become the target of jealousy of countless women. The results are out. From the testing camp, that male mage walked out. In his hand, he was holding on to the newest ranking list of the new students. Chapter 575. According to what the dark gold-ranked teacher said earlier, if Yunsheng and Donghuangling weren't able to get into the top 300 in the exam, they would have to leave. If they weren't able to get into the top 300, it would mean that they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in the upcoming training. What awaited them were only two paths. Repeat the boring training for a year or drop out of the academy. Yunsheng and Donghuangling weren't willing to accept these two paths. However, the two of them didn't expect to be able to make a comeback in a short period of time. After all, the exam of the dark gold-ranked teacher was a comprehensive test of magic power and magic combat. Yunsheng and Donghuangling were still master magicians. This point had already pulled them down by quite a bit. In magic combat, their performance could only be considered average. After all, different from the other freshmen, Yunsheng and Donghuangling didn't learn any high-level magic in the past year. The dark gold-ranked teacher also didn't teach them any dark magic. Thus, it was impossible for them to have any outstanding performance in magic combat. Found it. Ha, I am at the 150th place. Donghuangling clapped her hands and cheered. She was originally at the bottom of the list. Now, she was able to advance to the 150th place. Of course, a part of the reason for this was that a portion of the students didn't manage to persist for a year and left the academy in advance. However, Donghuangling's improvement was obvious to all. Part of the reason why her ranking rose so much was because she became a saint magician in the past year. The other part was because she comprehended a high-level magic in the exam just now. This gave her a lot of points. Dong Linger's name was easily found. However, Yun Sheng's name wasn't found at all. Yun Sheng was also trying her best to find her name. She swept her gaze across the list. Starting from the 500th place, she still wasn't able to find her name. With her cultivation as a master magician, it was impossible for her ranking to be higher than Dong Linger's. She was slightly startled. Could it be that my prediction was wrong? Being a master magician of 3 elements wasn't enough to pull up her potential ranking. After entering the magic elite camp, Yun Sheng was very cautious. After all, her current identity was different from before. Before she became strong enough, she wouldn't reveal her strength. That was why she did not hesitate to expose her pure karmic fire and pure spirit water. Yun Sheng's name isn't there. What's going on? Gufeng and Abandon also searched around, but they couldn't find Yun Sheng's name. Dong Linger carefully looked at Yun Sheng. No, Yun Sheng's name is here. This is a star marker. Yun Sheng, you're a star indicator student. Gufeng went straight to the front of the list, sweeping away all the people around him. Gufeng was very strong, so he managed to squeeze to the front in just a few steps. His voice was loud, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. The moment they heard that a star marker student had appeared in this potential assessment, everyone looked over. Even Feng Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed and looking at the ranking list in disdain, also looked over. The list of the 500 freshmen's potential was a big one from the beginning to the end. Everyone looked at the top of the list. At the top of the list, there were indeed 2 names. Yun Sheng, you're here. You're a star-ranked student. One of you is you, and the other is Feng Tian. One of you is a 2-star student, and the other is a 1-star student. You're even more impressive than the top 100. Gufeng shouted loudly, and everyone at the side also looked over. Even Feng Tian, who was standing alone at the side, couldn't help but open his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the crowd and landed directly on the list. His name was at the top of the list. However, the name of the star indicator student was still at the top of the list. His name was still among the star indicator students. However, the name next to his name was especially eye-catching. Not only was he at the top of the list, but he was also a peak stage saint magician when he entered. He was also another star indicator student on the newly announced list. Star indicator students were very special existences. This meant that this student had great potential, so great that it was enough to make the elders and teachers of the magic elite camp look at him in a different light. Star indicators, from high to low, were 3-star to 1-star. Among the 500 to 600 freshmen this time, there were only 2-star indicator students. One was Feng Tian, and the other was Yun Sheng. On the published list, the latest ranking and the first ranking would be shown for comparison. It was expected that Feng Tian could become a star indicator student. After all, his cultivation was already there. Some people even said that he knew many advanced spells. However, Yun Sheng's unexpected appearance made everyone's jaws drop. The reason for that was because she was originally ranked last. Feng Tian was first, and he was still first. However, Yun Sheng had become a star indicator student from last place. This news was undoubtedly more surprising than Feng Tian's selection. Although the star indicator showed that Feng Tian was a 2-star student, and Yun Sheng was only a 1-star student. However, she was one of the only 2-star indicator students. This was shocking news. For a moment, everyone started discussing. There were even people who pointed at Yun Sheng and brazenly discussed her. The words of those people drifted to Yun Sheng's ears, and they were nothing more than words of doubt. No one understood why Yun Sheng became a star indicator student. She was just a master mage. Being a star indicator student meant that Yun Sheng had greater potential for development in the future and would receive more resources for cultivation. That's not fair. How can a Master Mage student become a star indicator student? There's something shady going on. Someone in the crowd started making a racket. Jealousy was a terrifying infectious disease, and it quickly spread among the crowd. Everyone focused their attacks on Yun Sheng. Whoever dares to take a step closer, don't blame me for being rude. Qi's expression changed, and his cold gaze swept across the surroundings. The list was announced by a few assessment teachers. If you have any opinions, go ask them. Gufeng was not to be outdone. What a joke. The two of them were very clear about Yun Sheng's abilities. She was definitely qualified to become a star indicator student. In their hearts, no one should even think about hurting their partner. Yun Sheng was protected in the middle by the two of them, and she was also touched. What's all the noise about? In the magic assessment camp, the white-bearded old magic caster walked out. He looked at Feng Tian, then looked at Yun Sheng, and nodded. The two of you are this year's star indicator students, right? Not bad at all. You have to work harder in the future. I hope that you will be able to shine brightly in the following lessons. Chapter 576. Seeing the white-bearded old magician walk out, the crowd stopped their clamor, but they still stared at Yun Sheng unkindly. Thank you, third elder. Feng Tian didn't have much respect even in front of the third elder. He only gave a faint thanks and prepared to leave. Feng Tian's heart was filled with doubts. He didn't understand how an ordinary-looking student was qualified to be on par with him. He, Feng Tian, was a unique existence. Yun Sheng, are you willing to be my disciple? Feng Tian's footsteps paused. The moment the third elder spoke, not to mention Yun Sheng, even Gu Feng, Qi, and the others were stunned. Did they hear wrongly? The third elder actually wanted to accept Yun Sheng as his disciple. This was simply the most shocking thing they had heard this year. But what made them even more shocked was that Yun Sheng actually shook her head. I'm sorry, I already have a mentor. My mentor is a dark gold mentor. What? Someone actually dared to reject the third elder. That was the third elder. The third elder wasn't an ordinary person. He was the only master potion master in the continent's elite camp. He was a super master who had once refined a divine potion. The continent's elite camp was different from the boundless continent. The status of a potion master was very high. Especially to the students of the continent's magic elite camp, the status of a potion master was unattainable. Of course, the students of the continent's magic elite camp had heard of the dark gold title. But she was just a beginner mentor. How could she be compared to one of the 5 great elders of the elite camp, the third elder? This person must be an idiot. Not only was she a good-for-nothing, she was also an idiot. Everyone, from the initial envy to ridicule, looked at Yun Sheng with ridicule. The third elder wasn't angry. He chuckled and said, Yun Sheng, you can go back and ask the dark gold. I only accepted you as my disciple to impart knowledge on potions, not magic. The third elder was very clear that Yun Sheng possessed dark magic. The most suitable person to teach her was still a dark gold mentor. What he was truly interested in about Yun Sheng was her special fairy water power and karmic fire magic power. Thank you, third elder. I will pass on your message to the dark gold ranked instructor. I still need to consider whether to let you be my mentor or not. Yun Sheng nodded after she knew that the third elder didn't have any bad intentions. Her words made the students even more depressed. Others would beg the third elder to be their master, but she actually said that she would consider it. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Yun Sheng, do you know a magician named Lan? She's the first elder's disciple. She mentioned you to the elders earlier. The third elder's words caused another stir. Sky Magician Blue. She was #1 on the Sakura list. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very strong. She was one of the top 10 magicians of the continent's magician elite camp. Yes, we've met once. Yun Sheng nodded. When Lan was mentioned, Yun Sheng spoke in a casual tone. There was no respect or reverence. After saying that, Yun Sheng ignored the surprised gazes of the other students and left with her companions. It's indeed her. The third elder stroked his beard and nodded. When he touched his beard, he realized that more than half of his beard had been burned. Third elder, what's so special about this freshman? The one who rated Yun Sheng as 1 star was the third elder. The other 2 examiners were still a little confused. Just now, they all recognized that Feng Tian had the greatest potential and was worthy of being a star indicator student. As for Dong Huangling, her being rated as 150th, it was also reasonable. A student who could comprehend high-level magic in an emergency situation would have a lot of room for development. Only Yun Sheng, especially at the end, the third elder overruled everyone's opinion and insisted that she be rated as a star indicator student. The other 2 instructors were very confused. Although a 3-elemental mage was rare, in the history of the continent's magic elite camp, there had been a few of them. Even if this student was a little special and had the power of hellfire and the power of fairies, she was still only a master mage. A 13-year-old master mage was very ordinary in the continent's magic elite camp. Some multi-elemental mage students were stronger than Yun Sheng, but they didn't have the qualifications to be a star indicator student. Do you still remember the news that Lan brought back earlier? When she was training outside, she encountered a magic potion called the Praise of the Moon God. It was a high-grade magic potion that could completely change a person's magic physique without any side effects. The third elder said slowly. After hearing the third elder's words, the 2 instructors also remembered some things. This news even caused a certain commotion in the continent's magic elite camp at that time. However, after the commotion, peace was quickly restored. Because, not a single mage, including the third elder himself, was able to produce a drop of the Praise of the Moon God according to the concoction method that Lan brought back. You mean, that female mage can do it? Only then did the 2 magic instructors realize the third elder's purpose. That's right. Let's wait a few more years and see. If that little girl's cultivation can break through to become a sky mage, I will let her inherit my mantle, hee. The third elder had an unfathomable expression on his face. There could only be one person who could inherit his mantle. Whether Yun Sheng could become his successor or not, it still needed time to prove it. Gufeng and Abandon originally wanted to celebrate for Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling. However, at this moment, the 2 of them weren't in the mood to celebrate. They just wanted to quickly return to the thatched cottage and inform the dark gold instructor of the news. After passing the potential test, it also meant that Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling could begin the next stage of cultivation. The dark gold instructor didn't see them, but Ko Ling was already waiting there. Upon seeing the 2 of them, Ko Ling immediately revealed a concerned expression. Junior sisters, how was the test today? Dong Huangling sighed. I made it into the top 300, but, hearing that, Ko Ling secretly rejoiced in her heart. Could it be that Yun Sheng didn't make it into the top 300? Yun Sheng, sigh. Dong Huangling continued to sigh. She became a star mark student. It's okay, you can work harder in the future. Ko Ling was happy in her heart. However, after hearing what Dong Huangling said, she was stunned. Star mark student. How is that possible? She is only a master mage, how can she become a star mark student? Ko Ling's tone unconsciously became nervous. How is that not possible? Yun Sheng is a genius. Even the third elder said that he wanted to accept her as his disciple. However, Yun Sheng didn't agree. She said that she wanted to come back and ask for the dark gold instructor's opinion. Dong Huangling was truly happy for Yun Sheng. She looked at Ko Ling with dissatisfaction. feeling that her big senior sister was acting strange today. Yun Sheng became a star-mark student. As the disciple of a dark gold instructor, shouldn't she be happy as well? The third elder wants to accept Yun Sheng as his disciple. After hearing this news, Ko Ling's mood turned bad. Night Fox shyly floated by. The future is long, do you guys have to be so impatient? This prince's little wild cat is too small, it's not easy to eat her. Howl. Chapter 577. Senior sister, you don't look very happy. Yun Sheng smiled. No, how can that be? I'm just a little surprised. You and I are both disciples of a dark gold mentor. Of course I'm happy that you can become a star indicator student. However, how can you reject the third elder's invitation? He is the third elder. Ko Ling said reluctantly. Her heart was already filled with jealousy. Ko Ling, are you saying that Yun Sheng should abandon me as a mentor and become the third elder's disciple? The dark gold mentor walked out from behind. When Yun Sheng and Dong Linger went for the assessment, the dark gold mentor had been waiting for a day. Although she was very confident in her two disciples, she didn't expect that both of them would have such a huge breakthrough. Especially Yun Sheng, she actually became a star indicator student. To a dark gold mentor, this was also a kind of glory. I didn't mean that, dark gold mentor. Ko Ling stuttered. Enough, your magic cultivation hasn't improved recently. If this continues, I'm afraid that you will never have the chance to enter the middle region of the blood beast world. Go and cultivate. The dark gold mentor said sternly. Yes, mentor. Ko Ling was scolded for no reason. She secretly glanced at Yun Sheng and the jealousy in her heart became even crazier. She stomped her feet and ran away. Both of you did well this time. The dark gold mentor looked at the two and smiled for the first time. Dark gold mentor, what's our next training? Dong Linger passed the first round of training and was in a good mood. After completing the first step of the potential assessment, 1 year later, which is the second year in the continent's magic elite camp, you will participate in the first blood purge of the continent's elite camp. As for the blood purge, I believe that your friends have already told you about it. The dark gold mentor usually didn't take a step out of the door. However, the dark gold mentor seemed to know everything about Yun Sheng and Dong Linger and their friends. The blood purge is to enter the Dutian blood beast world. This isn't a secret in the continent's elite camp. I believe you have already heard that the instructors of the elite camp are able to open part of the seal of the Dutian blood beast world. The words of the dark gold-ranked teacher caused Yun Sheng and Dong Linger, who were originally relieved, to be stunned. They already knew about the Dutian beast blood limit from Abandon, but they didn't expect that they would be entering it in just a year. Instructor, the trial you mentioned, is it possible to form a battle team with others? I heard that blood cloud beasts are very terrifying. Dong Ling became nervous. For the first blood purge, you are not allowed to form a battle team. You will need to stay in the Dutian blood beast world on your own for 3 days and 3 nights. If you can survive, you will continue with your training. Otherwise, what awaits you is death or elimination. The dark gold instructor's tone was unprecedentedly serious. Only now did Yun Sheng and Dong Ling realize just how harsh of a challenge awaited them. It was no wonder that the dark gold instructor wanted the two of them to be in the top 300 after a year of freshman training. Once they entered the Dutian blood beast world, they would become enemies with the blood cloud beasts. What awaited them was cruel killing and elimination. In order to allow you to survive better, I have created an even more powerful training plan for you. Yun Sheng and Dong Ling didn't expect that the dark gold instructor would directly ask them to start the next training. They had just completed the freshman potential assessment. Just like before, there are 2 magic barriers in front of you. Both of you can enter the magic barriers and start training. Remember, no matter what you see, your goal is to kill the enemy. The dark gold-ranked instructor left behind 2 magic barriers, leaving behind Yunsheng and Dong Huangling who were still standing in place. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling didn't hesitate this time. They understood that if they couldn't complete the test in front of them, they would be killed in the Dutian blood beast world. To become stronger, they could only become stronger by continuously taking the test. Their eyes became firm as they walked into the magic barrier. After the 2 of them disappeared into the magic barrier, Keilang, who had left earlier, walked out with a gloomy face. Her instructor asked her to train. How could she be calm enough to train? The dark gold instructor was unfair. Keilang remembered that when she was still a freshman, she didn't have the chance to train like Yunsheng and Dong Huangling until her 3rd year. The dark gold instructor also only allowed her to enter the outer area of the Dutian blood beast world to train in her 3rd year. How could the 2 of them start training so quickly? Keilang was secretly angry. At this time, she noticed that there were a few female magicians sneakily looking into the straw hut. You lot, what are you looking at? Keilang was still in a fit of anger. She glared fiercely at the few female students outside the door. The few female magicians were shocked and wanted to sneak away. One of them was a little slow and was caught by Keilang. Senior sister, we didn't do it on purpose. We were following the 2 female magicians who just came in. The new magician felt the cold murderous intent from Keilang. She was so frightened that she almost fainted. Why are you following them? We, the few of us, as well as many other senior sisters, like Abandon, who is on the primrose list. Senior brother Abandon seems to have a good relationship with the 2 female magicians. The female magician said with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Not only Abandon, the one called Yunsheng also became a star mark student. When the 2 were put together, it made people even more jealous. So it's like this. Keilang looked at the magic barrier with strong magic waves, then looked at the new female magician who was so scared that her face turned pale. An idea came to her mind. She put down the new female magician and patted her collar affectionately. Don't be afraid, I don't have any bad intentions. Are you talking about Yunsheng and Dong Huangling or? The 2 of them are indeed not good people, especially that one called Yunsheng. I don't mind telling you, that one called Yunsheng not only seduced junior brother Abandon, she also has an ambiguous relationship with another person on the primrose list, Yi Baiming from the warriors' elite camp. After hearing what Keilang said, the new female magician who was originally jealous of Yunsheng became even more jealous. Too hateful, not only did she seduce senior brother Abandon, even senior brother Yi Baiming was affected by that woman's bewitching technique. Yi Baiming and Abandon were both influential people in the warriors' elite camp. Countless female magicians and female warriors were smitten by them. It was a pity that the 2 of them were too cold and indifferent, completely not putting those admirers in their eyes. However, when Yunsheng appeared, the situation changed. That one called Yunsheng is too timing, too hateful, we must definitely teach her a lesson. The new female magician decided to bring this news back. Yunsheng would immediately become the public enemy of the new and old female magicians. Seeing that the new female magician was fooled, Keilang was secretly happy. Chapter 578. A woman's jealousy has always been a lethal weapon. Yunsheng was currently feeling proud of herself, but if she were to offend those new and old female mages who were chasing after Ying Chao, she wouldn't even need to do anything. Someone would take care of her. Being able to make use of other people's hands to deal with Yunsheng, her teacher wouldn't suspect her. Keilang was secretly pleased with herself. Yes, not only is she fickle, she also doesn't have any respect for her elders. She doesn't have any respect for me, her senior sister. I have long wanted to teach her a lesson. I can tell you guys that Yunsheng and Dong Huangling would go to the central canteen to eat after training every day. Remember, don't tell anyone that I was the one who told you this. Keilang guided them patiently. Those new female mages didn't know that they were being used as knives. They thanked Kuling gratefully and left. Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger, who had already entered the magical space, naturally didn't know what was happening outside. The two of them had already started the latest round of training for the Dark Gold rank teacher. Within the magical barrier on the left, Dong Huanglinger was trembling. Her eyes were wide open, and the magic scepter in her hand was trembling non-stop. Although she had already undergone the previous 2 rounds of training, she didn't expect that the Dark Gold rank teacher would actually think of such a perverted training method. This time, the training was actually to kill someone. Dark Gold rank teacher, as expected of a teacher who was known as a killer. The person standing in front of her was actually a living person. This time, if Dong Huanglinger wanted to complete the training, she would have to defeat all kinds of virtual people that appeared in the magical space. This person in front of her was one of Dong Huanglinger's maids in her palace. Although it was just a virtual existence, that person was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. She would even respectfully address Dong Huanglinger as Your Highness. The Dark Gold ranked teacher's stern voice resounded in her ears, use flash of thunder and kill her. No. I can't do it. Dong Huanglinger clearly knew that the illusion in front of her couldn't possibly be the real person. However, that lively smile and that lively appearance of the illusion in front of her was clearly her personal maid. If you can't kill her, then just wait for her to kill you. Whoosh! An ice arrow pierced into Dong Huanglinger's body. Dong Huanglinger let out a miserable shriek. She felt that her entire body was ice cold. His skin was frozen bit by bit, and even his consciousness was being ravaged. The maid in front of Dong Huanglinger didn't show any mercy at all. She raised her magic scepter, and one ice arrow after another was shot towards Dong Huanglinger. Dong Huanglinger could even smell her skin being pierced and the smell of fresh blood permeating the air. The taste of death instantly surrounded Dong Huanglinger. This feeling of being surrounded by death lasted for half an hour. Only then did Dong Huanglinger wake up from her coma. Remember, either you die, or she dies. Once you entered the Dutian blood beast world, no one knew what kind of enemies you would encounter. Perhaps the enemy would transform into your comrade and give you a fatal blow at the most dangerous moment. At that time, you would face true death. The name of this training is death training. The Dark Gold instructor's voice was like a ghost. It was like a venomous snake that was sticking out its tongue from an unknown corner. In another magic barrier, Yun Xing's situation wasn't any better. However, the illusion she was facing was actually Hu Jiusheng. That woman who had taken off her mask had a beautiful face that was just inches away from her. Her voice and smile were so similar to Hu Jiusheng from Icefall City. The name of this trial is death training. What you need to do is to kill your enemy. Use the least amount of magic and the fastest magic to kill your enemy. The Dark Gold instructor's voice was like a lullaby. Yun Xing didn't hesitate like Dong Huanglinger. She quickly chanted an incantation. Almost at the same time, a flame explosion whistled and struck towards Hu Jiusheng. Yun Xing was very clear that that was an illusion. That was also the strongest opponent she had encountered in her life. Although she had already thought it through, when the flame explosion engulfed Hu Jiusheng, the woman's miserable cries and the blood that splattered everywhere were so real. That was a real death. It wasn't that Yun Xing hadn't killed people before. However, she had never killed someone like today. Moreover, it was such a tragic death. Moreover, the target was her own mother. Yun Xing's stomach twitched and she couldn't help but vomit. Remember, this is the feeling of death. It is also the true essence of dark magic. Dark magic is endless slaughter. Not fearing slaughter, experiencing slaughter, and controlling slaughter. The Dark Gold instructor's voice sounded again. After emptying her stomach, Yun Xing sat down cross-legged. She felt that just now, the dark magic soul in her body had miraculously grown a little. This kind of special, almost crazy training method was probably only used by dark gold instructors. Yunxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Death training. Being killed or being killed. For the next 2 months, the cycle repeated over and over again. At the beginning, Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger were very uncomfortable with it. Especially Dong Huanglinger. She showed a very strong resistance to this kind of cruel training. Her resistance was especially obvious. At the beginning, she was reluctant to part with her divine soul. Later on, she would have nightmares. There were quite a few times when the bloody death training woke her up from her nightmares. Her appetite wasn't very good. In just a month's time, Dong Huanglinger quickly became haggard. She was like a flower that had lost its water. Yunsheng had also tried to enlighten Dong Huanglinger a few times. However, it didn't work. She also tried to concoct some magic potions for Dong Huanglinger. However, nothing worked. Yunsheng understood very well that Dong Huanglinger could only wait for Dong Huanglinger to get over it. Dong Huanglinger's strange behavior also attracted the attention of Gufeng and Abandon. After Gufeng and Abandon found out about the two's training, both of them were very shocked. Especially Gufeng, he even felt somewhat resentful. Gufeng said with heartache, "This isn't training at all. This is simply torture. Linger, why don't you stop following the dark gold class teacher? She is indeed like the rumors outside, a lunatic. I will help you talk to the dazzling light class teacher and see if he is willing to accept you." Abandon was also somewhat worried. However, he didn't agree with Gufeng's way of doing things. Every teacher has their own training method. Yunsheng and Linger only need time. Moreover, dark magic is one of the most unconventional types of magic. The dazzling light class teacher is a light magic teacher. Other than you, the others won't be able to learn anything from him. Gufeng sighed. He also understood that what Abandon said was the truth. We will get through it, just like last year. Yunsheng patted Dong Huanglinger. Why don't we stop training today and go out for a walk? Dong Huanglinger forced a smile. The two of them bade farewell to Gufeng and Abandon and strolled around the mainland's elite camp. Chapter 579. Along the way, Dong Huanglinger remained silent. The two of them walked all the way to the side of a lake. Yunsheng felt that this lake was very familiar. It seemed to be the lake that she and Yi Baiming went to last time. Upon thinking of Yi Baiming, Yunsheng's face unknowingly reddened. It had been quite a while since she last saw Yi Baiming. Ever since the last time she proposed to cancel the engagement, Night Fox didn't seem to be very happy. Dong Huanglinger suddenly stopped and said, "Yunsheng, I'm thinking, is it because I'm not suitable to learn dark magic? I feel like giving up." Yunsheng's thoughts were interrupted. She suddenly realized that the predicament that Dong Huanglinger was in was even harder to get rid of than she had imagined. Dong Huanglinger was a very prideful person. In the past few trials, no matter how dry and boring they were, she would still persevere. However, this time around, she couldn't persevere anymore. This was also the first time that she proposed to give up. "Ling, you're just not used to it." Yunsheng tried to persuade her. "I'm not you. I've never been as strong as you. I also don't have much talent. If it wasn't for your magic potion, I would have most likely been eliminated. If I were to persevere for a while longer, being eliminated would only be a matter of time." A sad smile appeared on Dong Huanglinger's face. "Yunsheng, I won't hide it from you. I don't like killing. In fact, I hate killing. My father was assassinated. My head maid also died in order to protect me. Thus, the training this time around is very difficult for me. I'm giving up." Dong Huanglinger lowered her head. Tears were welling up in her eyes. No matter what, she was only a 13-year-old girl. Yunsheng was her true friend. She didn't mind revealing her true self in front of Yunsheng. Ling, her. Yunsheng still wanted to say something. However, the commotion beside her caused her gaze to sharpen. Beside the lake, tens of female mages and warriors appeared. They slowly moved closer and stared fiercely at Yunsheng and Dong Huangling, her. Yunsheng looked behind her. There was a lake behind her. Just now, when Dong Huangling, was feeling down, she only paid attention to Dong Huangling, and didn't notice that someone was following her. The dozen or so female magicians all looked ferocious and unfriendly. These people were the female magicians who had been spying on Yunsheng and the others earlier. After they got the daily routine of Yunsheng and the others from Kuling, they had been spying on them. Originally, they had planned to ambush them and teach them a good lesson. Who would have known that Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger were busy with their training, and their daily routine was also disrupted. Therefore, the ambush didn't succeed. Today, he had been careless and was caught red-handed by these people. Yunsheng wrinkled her brows and hid Dong Huangling behind her back. Her gaze quickly passed through the dozen or so people. Among these female magicians, there were freshmen, but most of them were seniors. Among them, there were 3 or 4 who were mid-level saint magicians. If they were to fight, especially if the other party were to charge at them like a swarm of bees, Yunsheng and Dong Huangling might not be able to deal with them. Senior sisters, why are you all following us? We don't seem to have offended you all. Yunsheng knew that if she were to fight head-on, she wouldn't be able to gain anything. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, thinking about the possibility of escaping. Shameless bitch, you still dare to say that you didn't offend us? You seduced senior brother Qi. Seeing that Yunsheng and Dong Huangling, were surrounded, the dozen or so female magicians all had ruthless expressions on their faces. There was no one around, and they became even more fearless. In this area, very few people would appear. Even if they really did something to Dong Huangling, and Dong Huangling, no one would know. They had been following them for 2 months, and it wasn't easy for them to get this opportunity. Just now, when Yunsheng met with Qi and the others, Kuling's words were confirmed. This made the group of female magicians even more jealous. So it turns out that they are a group of brainless, love-struck magicians. Yunsheng complained in her heart. Looks like beauty is also a source of trouble. She was really wronged. Senior sisters, I'm afraid that you all have misunderstood. Senior brother Qi and I are only from the same hometown. We are all citizens of Zhou State. Yunsheng said as a few needles appeared in her hand. As long as those few female magicians surrounded her, she would immediately take action. Same hometown. Humph, you have quite a lot of people from the same hometown. Then how are you going to explain senior brother Yi? A few of the female magicians had a vicious look on their faces, as if they wanted to tear Yunsheng apart. Yunsheng's black eyes turned cold. In the entire continent's elite camp, there were very few people who knew about her relationship with Yi Baiming. Chen Lianer liked Yi Baiming. Of course, she wouldn't say it out. Gufeng and Qi also wouldn't say it out. The only one who would say it out was Kuling. She had seen Yi Baiming coming to find her. Also, how did these new and old magicians know the time and route that Dong Huangling, and I went out? Kuling, it's her doing again. Ling, they have a lot of people. Later on, you should go and find master first. Yunsheng secretly said to Dong Huangling, Dong Huangling, was startled. The situation that they were in now was actually the same as 6 years ago, when they met the demonic beast that was on the wanted list. At that time, Yunsheng also told her to run away. Right after Yunsheng finished speaking, she lowered her body. Like an agile cheetah, the few bone needles in her hand shot out first. A few silver lights flickered, and the bone needles silently flew through the air, shooting towards those few female magicians. Yunsheng was very clear that in a competition where magicians were participating, the most taboo for magicians was to fight against magicians. Immediately after, with a thought in Yunsheng's mind, a few flames burst out from the air. Fast. Very fast. Those dozen or so new and old female magicians came to besiege Yunsheng and Dong Huangling today. Originally, they were confident that they would win. After all, they had already carefully investigated Yunsheng and Dong Huangling. The two of them were only master magicians, and one of them had broken through to become a saint magician. However, the two of them had yet to truly learn high-level magicians. However, they didn't expect that before the other party even started chanting, they had already shot out a few flames. In just a breath's time, those few magicians suddenly screamed miserably and covered their eyes. Their eyes were already filled with blood, and a few needles had pierced into their eyes. Although Yunsheng's speed wasn't slow, the number of magicians on the other party's side was, after all, a lot more. The reaction of those wind-type magicians wasn't slow either. They quickly chanted and cast wind-type magicians on their own people. The earth-type magicians also immediately started chanting defensive spells. Catch those two little bitches. Dong Huangling only heard a burst of noise. Her eyes that were originally somewhat cowering suddenly focused bit by bit. The uncertainty and cowardice that was originally there also disappeared bit by bit. Yunsheng, I'll help you. Dong Huangling didn't cower. She suddenly found that feeling, the feeling of fighting alongside Yunsheng back then. This time, she wasn't going to cower anymore. Hearing Dong Huangling's voice, Yunsheng's heart was filled with joy. She understood that no matter if they could successfully break out of the encirclement or not, the shadow that had been troubling Dong Huangling for many days had already been removed. Chapter 580. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, one at the front and one at the back, one at the back, one at the back. The two of them were fighting together for the second time, and their coordination was very good. Especially with the special training from the dark gold-ranked teachers, the two of them attacked quickly and ruthlessly. The two of them only had one thought in their mind, and that was to make these love-struck fools who were being ordered around like knives peel off a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Next to the lake, figures would fall down from time to time. The two agile figures were like butterflies shuttling back and forth. Damn it! They are actually so hard to deal with. Aren't the two of them freshmen who have never participated in actual combat training before? Time passed by minute by minute. Seeing that the sun was setting, and their own people would fall down from time to time, the few senior mages started to get anxious. They didn't expect that Yunsheng and Dong Huangling would be so destructive when working together. However, these senior mages weren't nervous at all. This was because they had already determined a fact, and that was that no matter how good their coordination was, no matter how hard it was to deal with them, the other party was at most a master mage and a saint mage. There was a limit to one's strength. The two of them had already released many magic spells just now, and they were already at the end of their rope. They wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would run out of energy soon. At that time, wouldn't they just be obediently waiting to be captured? When the few senior mages thought of this, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood, and their spirits started to tremble. However, man proposes, God disposes. What these senior mages didn't expect was that Yunsheng wasn't a true master mage. She was a saint mage. Moreover, after the special training from the dark gold-ranked teachers, Yunsheng and Dong Huangling's magic control had improved greatly. Their magic accuracy was also astonishingly high, and the amount of magic they consumed was also much less. The two of them treated the female mages in front of them as the imaginary enemies they used in their previous training. In any case, they would use whatever magic they liked. One magic spell, one accurate. However, what made them want to vomit blood was that when Dong Huangling was sweating profusely and almost couldn't hold on anymore, Yunsheng actually miraculously took out 2 bottles of potion and threw one to Dong Huangling. The latter didn't even look at it, raised her head, and gulped it down. Something's not right. Senior sister, look at the two of them, they have magic potions with them. Several senior magic potioneers saw that Dong Huangling, who was originally exhausted, after drinking the magic potion, her eyes immediately glowed and she became full of energy. Their magic attacks became even more intense. Seeing that a few of the older magicians were beginning to run out of mana, they began to show signs of exhaustion. One of them gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of magic potion. This is bad. That's a forbidden medicine. Dong Huangling, was originally getting braver and braver as the battle progressed. After the senior magician took the bottle of forbidden medicine, the magic power on his body flickered, and suddenly emitted a bright light. A pair of magic wings appeared on her back. A sky magician. Yun Sheng did not expect that the other party would use a forbidden drug at the last moment. Humph, those two wretched bitches, they forced me to use a forbidden drug. That senior magician looked at her companions who had already fallen on the ground, and his eyes were bloodshot. This senior magician was born in a family of magicians. The bottle of forbidden drug that she had with her was something that she had originally planned to use when she was in danger during the next blood purge. She didn't expect that this time, she would use it because of two new magicians. Forbidden drugs were hard to come by, and the price was also ridiculously high. If it wasn't because she was forced to her limit, this female magician wouldn't use it. The effect of the forbidden drug was very fierce. Not only did it allow the strength of this senior magician to increase greatly, it also caused her to enter a state of madness. She originally only wanted to teach Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling a lesson so that they wouldn't be so close to senior brother Yi and junior brother Qi in the future. However, at this moment, she had the urge to kill the two of them. Within the magic elite camp, there was a rule that stated that no one was allowed to use forbidden drugs of unknown origin. If this news were to spread out, not only the female magician who used the forbidden drug, even her teacher would be punished. In order to cover up, the female magician who used the forbidden drug decided that no matter what, she had to kill Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling. The situation isn't good. Later on, if the timing isn't right, we will immediately jump into the water and escape. Yun Sheng clenched her teeth. She understood that in a situation where she couldn't use the beast language ring, Yun Sheng didn't have the confidence to defeat this female magician. And, if we are going to escape, we will escape together. Dong Huangling's palms were sweating due to nervousness. The two of them didn't hesitate and jumped into the lake behind them. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. The female magician laughed crazily. On top of her magic scepter, a few blue ice rays shot out. This was a water magician. After she used the forbidden drug to break through, her magic became even more astonishing. The sky magician's powerful magic power instantly froze the lake behind them. The surface of the lake was frozen. In mid-air, the female magician who used the forbidden drug was extremely arrogant. She looked down at Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling from above. What's wrong? You don't have anywhere to escape, right? As freshmen, you should act like freshmen. If the two of you can kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, perhaps I can let the two of you go. On the ground, the few female magicians laughed together. Could it be that I can only use the beast language ring? Killing intent flashed past Yun Sheng's eyes. Yun Sheng's finger subconsciously touched her beast language ring. If her identity as a summoner was exposed, what kind of trouble would it bring? However, if she didn't expose her identity, she and Dong Huangling would probably die here today. If she were to use the beast language ring to kill these few female magicians, however, how was she going to explain this to Dong Huangling? Also, the few people who went missing would definitely alarm the higher-ups of the magic elite camp. In Yun Sheng's mind, hundreds and thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind as she thought about how to break through the current predicament. What are the few of you doing here? A cold voice sounded from mid-air. In the sky, There was a blue-clothed female magician who was standing there. Her expression was cold, and she was wearing a magician's robe. Her beautiful face was as if it was carved out of jade. However, such a beauty didn't have a trace of a smile on her face. It was as if her face was covered with frost. Sister Lan. Those female magicians who were causing trouble didn't expect that they would see their sister Lan. All of them were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. After seeing Lan, the complacent expression of the female magician who used the forbidden drug immediately melted like snow under the sun. On her face, the arrogance was replaced by fear. Although they were both sky magicians, the gap between her and Lan was very big. Moreover, she used a forbidden drug. Lan was an out-and-out sky magician. Even when she encountered a blood cloud beast commander, she was still able to kill it. You used a forbidden drug to deal with your own fellow magicians. Who gave you the guts to do that? Lan's status in the magic elite camp was extraordinary. Not only was she the #1 cherry blossom beauty on the cherry blossom list, her strength was also very astonishing. Chapter 581. Not only was Lan beautiful, she was also one of the top 10 experts in the comprehensive list. She also had another identity, she was a powerful potion master. With these two identities added together, Lan's position in the entire continent's elite camp was very high. In some cases, her position was even higher than some teachers. Not to mention, she was also the disciple of the Great Elder. In the continent's elite camp, there was a rule that prohibited the use of forbidden potions during private fights and official competitions. Forbidden potions were only allowed to be used when one's life was in danger. For example, when one encountered a blood cloud beast. The female magician originally thought that since there were few people around, there shouldn't be anyone around. She didn't expect that because of the beautiful scenery around the lake, it had always been the best place for Blue, a water magician, to meditate. When Lan was meditating, she suddenly heard a sound from the outside world. She didn't expect that she would see a situation where a few seniors and freshmen were besieging her. Originally, she didn't like to meddle in other people's business. But just a moment ago, she saw Yun Sheng. At first glance, she didn't recognize Yun Sheng. But in the next exchange, Lan recognized Yun Sheng's skills. A few years had passed. Yun Sheng's magic didn't seem to have much improvement. However, her skills were as agile as a fairy. Lan didn't expect that she would also enter the continent's elite camp. No need to explain. You have violated the rules of the continent's elite camp. Automatically go to the disciplinary camp to receive your punishment. Lan only said a simple sentence. But that sentence seemed to have an invisible power. That female mage who was originally unparalleled in the world immediately became like a deflated balloon and obediently left with the group of female mages. Before they left, they didn't forget to glare at Yun Sheng with hatred. In their eyes, there was an obvious hint of warning. All of a sudden, everyone left. Thank you, Sister Lan. Yun Sheng had also entered the continent's elite camp. Her words were also more polite. Not to mention, Lan had indeed helped her a lot just now. I'm not helping you. I just don't want them to disturb my peace. Lan was very cold. Disturb her peace. Dong Huangling thought to herself. This senior sister called Lan is too cool. You are the one who was specially approved by the third elder to become a one-star student, right? Lan didn't look at Dong Huangling. In the continent's elite camp, she was a very special existence. She rarely talked to others and had always liked to be alone. This time, she helped Yun Sheng because she was curious about Yun Sheng. She looked at the beast language ring on Yun Sheng's hand. Yes. Yun Sheng nodded her head. Who is your teacher? Lan looked at Yun Sheng's. Dark gold ranked teacher Yun's to say the least. You're not up to standard, Blue said, then turned around and walked away arrogantly. In her opinion, other than the first elder, even the other elders were not up to standard. Sigh, why did she say that? Dong Huangling had just escaped from death. Originally, she was still grateful to Lan. But who knew that Lan would say that dark gold ranked teachers were not powerful? She is strong and we are weak. Naturally, she has the right to belittle us. When we become stronger than her in the future, it is still unknown who will say who is not powerful. Yunsheng suppressed her dissatisfaction in her heart. Today's experience gave Yunsheng and Dong Huangling a new understanding. Ever since they were young, the two of them had never encountered such a humiliating thing like today. Although Lan saved them, the two of them who were stubborn as they were, after being humiliated, they still felt depressed. When they returned to the straw house, they didn't see the dark gold ranked teacher and Koling. I'm so angry. One day, I will let them see how powerful I am. Dong Huangling waved her fist, her face full of annoyance. In the fight just now, she was hit by quite a few magic spells, and her body was full of wounds. However, because of this, she completely forgot about her previous thoughts of retreating and leaving. This was a good sign. Let me heal you. Yunsheng took out her magic scepter and chanted. Gentle water magic enveloped Dong Huangling's body. Dong Huangling felt that the small wounds on her body were immediately healed at a miraculous speed. Wow! So miraculous! Yunsheng, you actually know how to use high-grade water healing magic. Dong Huangling was astonished. She touched her arm, and the small wounds on it had all disappeared. It was better to use magic to heal wounds caused by magic. Dong Huangling had always thought that Yunsheng was only good at ancient medical skills. She didn't expect that Yunsheng also knew healing magic. After Yunsheng obtained the Little Water Spirit Queen, she learned the high-grade water magic, healing of water, from her. Water magic was also the best healing magic apart from light magic. Under certain circumstances, Yunsheng could even ask the Little Water Spirit Queen to help with the healing. I still know a lot of magic spells. It's just that I don't want to expose them in front of others. After Yunsheng and Dong Huangling's wounds were healed, they immediately immersed themselves into practicing magic spells. After this incident, Dong Huangling never said that she wanted to leave. Because she understood that only by learning more advanced magic would she be able to gain a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp. Only by gaining a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp would she be able to become truly powerful. Early morning of the second day, the sky was still pitch black. A few thick clouds covered the few rays of light before dawn. Because of yesterday's incident, Dong Huangling was still sleeping soundly due to overexertion. Yunsheng got up. She quietly walked out of the thatched cottage. Yunsheng used her transformation magic and changed her appearance. Other than that, she also prepared tens of gunny sacks. In the early morning sky, the hazy clouds in the sky revealed some light. In another hour, the sky would be completely bright. This hour was also the best time to wake up and meditate. At this time, most of the students in the continent's magic elite camp had already started meditating. Yunsheng walked to the front of a tent and quietly went inside. Within the tent, a female mage was currently meditating. At this time, most of the mages would be meditating. In the meditating state, it was also the time when a mage's guard was at its lowest. As if she had heard something, the female mage opened her eyes. Just when she opened her eyes, the scene in front of her turned black. Immediately after, a gunny sack was placed on her face, making her unable to see anything clearly. Before the female magician could even react, a barrage of punches and kicks came one after another. Only after her head was punched twice as hard and she fainted did the person who was punching her leave. 1 hour later, tens of female mages ran out from several camps of the continent's magic elite camp while crying. Their faces, without exception, were all beaten to the point that they did not look human anymore. Chapter 582. When the teachers of the female mages heard the news, they rushed over. When they saw the state of their students, they couldn't restrain their anger. What happened? Who did this to you? Boo-hoo, teacher, you must seek justice for me. It must be those two female disciples of the dark gold-rank teacher. Yesterday, the female mages cried and complained. At this moment, when Dong Huanglinger woke up, Yun Sheng was meditating. It was very noisy outside. A bunch of teachers brought their students who were beaten up by them and came to the door angrily. The thatched house that was usually deserted suddenly became lively. Their voices almost overturned the thatched house of the dark gold-rank teacher. Dark gold-rank teacher, how are you disciplining your students? Look at how they beat up my students. The dark gold-ranked teacher was still wearing a black robe. He was expressionless as he stood at the side like a ghost and listened to the complaints of the teachers. Yun Sheng, Dong Huanglinger, and Keilang also walked out after hearing the commotion. Dong Huanglinger took a look and could barely recognize that those female mages were the ones who surrounded and attacked them yesterday. Looking at their current state, even their biological parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. Dong Huanglinger felt that it was funny and strange. This matter is really too coincidental. So funny. What does it have to do with us that they were beaten up? Dong Huanglinger and Yun Sheng had an "I don't know" expression on their faces. You still don't want to admit it? If it wasn't for you all, why would the 10 of us be beaten up in the morning? Furthermore, all of our faces were covered with gunny sacks. Sneak attacking us while we were meditating, you all are too despicable. The 10 or so female mages started crying. How are we going to face other people when we are in such a state? Who knows who you all offended? In the morning, one of us was sleeping while the other was meditating. If you all don't believe me, you can ask senior sister Keilang and the dark gold-rank teacher. Also, your faces were covered with gunny sacks. How are you all so sure that we are the ones who beat you all up? Yun Sheng curled her lips. The two of them didn't leave the thatched house in the morning. The dark gold-ranked teacher said firmly. Dark gold-ranked, you are their teacher. Of course, you have to protect them. The 10 or so teachers didn't want to give up. So what if he's shielding her? Humph, you guys can be considered as instructors of the continent's magic elite camp. Open your eyes wide and take a look. What are the cultivations of my two students? What is the cultivation level of those pig-headed girls behind you? If 2 master magi were able to defeat a dozen saint magi, they would be able to do so. Not only will I not punish them, but I will also praise them for, well done. The dark gold-ranked instructor looked at the group of instructors mockingly, not taking them seriously at all. Whoosh! Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger couldn't help but praise in their hearts. A dark gold-ranked teacher is too handsome. Only a dark gold-ranked instructor would say something like that. After being scolded like that, the dozen or so mentors glared at the dark gold mentors. However, they were also puzzled in their hearts. How could 2 students with ordinary cultivations beat up more than 10 female students in such a short period of time? Wasn't this a little too strange? Dark gold-ranked, don't be complacent. We will definitely report this matter to the Elder Council. You can just wait to be punished. The dozen or so mentors unwillingly left with their respective students and went to look for the Elder Council in anger. After they left, the brows of the dark gold-ranked instructor wrinkled. If this matter were to be reported to the Elder Council, they wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Who did it? Come out and admit it. The dark gold-ranked instructor took a glance at Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger. Instructor, when I woke up this morning, Yun Sheng wasn't around. Keilang said as she pointed at Yun Sheng. Senior sister, how could you? Dong Huanglinger was extremely anxious. No wonder Yun Sheng said that she had to be wary of Keilang. This senior sister of hers was indeed not a good person. Dong Huanglinger had always treated her as a senior sister. It was me who did it. Yesterday, more than 10 of them surrounded me in Ling. I wasn't willing to accept it, so I went out this morning to teach them a lesson. Yunxing didn't deny it. She also knew that her actions couldn't be hidden from the dark gold-ranked instructor. You were beaten up, and you still want to say that you are in the right? You were beaten up because your skills weren't as good as others. The Elder Council will definitely look into this matter. Without the permission of your instructor, you fought in private. You are also a new student, and you don't have any contribution points. You can only be expelled. The dark gold-ranked instructor wasn't able to change the complaint of the dozen or so mentors by himself. You can't expel Yunsheng. Yesterday, they were the ones who provoked us first. Dark gold-ranked instructor, if you want to expel her, then expel me as well. When Dong Huangling heard that the dark gold-ranked instructor wanted to expel Yunsheng, she became anxious. Ko Ling, on the other hand, was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. She really wanted Yunsheng and Dong Huangling to be expelled. Yunsheng, let me ask you, do you admit your mistake? The dark gold-ranked instructor looked at Yunsheng. I didn't do anything wrong. If I didn't retaliate, there would be a second time. Dark gold-ranked instructor, your disciple has never been a coward. Yunsheng was unconvinced. Even if she knew that she was going to be expelled, she would still do what she did. Fine, I'll give you a chance. I'll bring you to see the headmaster's elder council. If you are able to convince the headmaster's elder council, I'll let this matter go. The dark gold-ranked instructor brought Yunsheng to the elder council. Dark gold-ranked instructor, I want to go as well. Dong Huangling insisted on going as well. The dark gold-ranked instructor was unable to persuade Dong Huangling. Thus, he could only bring the two students who caused trouble to the elder council. Yunsheng, let's see how you are going to die this time. Ko Ling said complacently. Early in the morning, the 5 great elders of the mage elite camp were surrounded by a dozen or so mentors. What exactly is going on? You're saying that a dozen or so senior mages were beaten up by a freshman? The great elder was the oldest among them. His face was also the kindest. Normally, he would be the one to handle all kinds of conflicts in the mage elite camp. After the first elder heard the whole story, he rubbed the space between his eyebrows and felt a headache coming on. Did I hear wrongly? They were actually beaten up by a freshman. How come the freshmen are so valiant these days? I remember that when we first joined the mage elite camp, we had to bow to the seniors and call them senior brothers and sisters. The second elder's temperament was the most straightforward. This might be because he was the only one among the great elders who was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Thus, he still had the typical straightforwardness of a fighter. Sneak attacking someone while they were meditating, that female mage was truly sinister. Seeing the group of female mages who were beaten up, the second elder coughed a few times and held back the laughter in his heart. 2 dark gold-ranked female disciples. Isn't that? The third elder had an unfathomable expression on his face when he heard the news. The fourth elder and the fifth elder were also busy comforting the noisy mentors. Why did it have to be dark gold-ranked students? Chapter 583. In the continent's magic elite camp, there were very few dark magic students to begin with. The great elder was worried that if this continued, Dark Gold's dark magic would be lost. Finally, among the new students last year, there were 2 that could enter Dark Gold's eyes. But now, they were involved in a private fight. The great elder felt that it was a pity. Go and bring Dark Gold and her troublemaker here. The great elder saw that the crowd was angry and had to send someone to bring them here. Who knew that Dark Gold had already brought Yunsheng and Dong Huangling here? Elders. In front of the elders, Dark Gold's teacher was still very respectful. These elders were all the pillars of the continent's magic elite camp. None of them could be underestimated. It was also because of their existence that the continent's magic elite camp was able to enjoy a great reputation in the continent. They were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the continent's warrior elite camp. Where is the student that hit the other students? Seeing that dark gold had arrived, the great elder heaved a sigh of relief. At his age, he was really not used to being surrounded by so many people. Great elder, I was the one that hit them. Yunsheng walked out with a cute face. When they saw Yunsheng's appearance, other than the third elder, the other elders all had a look of surprise on their faces. This female mage in front of them had an extraordinary appearance. She looked weak and slender, making it easy for people to have a good impression of her. It was really hard to associate her with a violent female mage that hit people. The great elder still remembered the faces of the female students that were hit just now. TSK, that was called ruthless. Every punch was meant to kill. Their eyes were black, their jaws were dislocated, and their front teeth were all over the floor. That was called fast, ruthless, and accurate. Furthermore, she hit more than 10 of them in one go. Is this female student sure that she didn't enter the wrong camp? She should have entered the continent's warrior elite camp. You should know that private fights will result in expulsion. The continent's magic elite camp has the rules of the elite camp. The great elder had a difficult expression. I know. But I didn't mean to provoke them. Yesterday, more than 10 of them surrounded me in Ling-er. We were both driven to a dead end. They offended me first, so I had to fight back. Yunsheng wasn't afraid of the first elder. Oh. There was such a thing. What the hell is going on? More than a dozen people besieging 2 students who are only master magicians. This kind of thing actually happened in the continent's magic elite camp. When the great elder heard this, his white beard and hair trembled in anger. The instructors were also dumbfounded. They didn't know that their own student would challenge a dark gold rank disciple first. What the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell us. More than 10 mentors questioned. The two of them are as fickle as water. They went around seducing senior brothers. We couldn't stand by and watch, so we decided to teach them a lesson. The female magicians said in unison as they pointed at Yunsheng and Dong Huangling. The elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. What was this? The dignified mage elite camp of the continent actually caused a group brawl because of jealousy. If such a scandal were to spread, who knew how many people would laugh their heads off? Nonsense. This is simply a mess. The great elder was so angry that his beard was fluttering. Even so, in yesterday's incident, the 2 of them were unharmed while our students were seriously injured. Furthermore, the 2 of them attacked us when no one was paying attention to them. To be so vicious at such a young age, what would happen to them in the future? These 2 students must be expelled. Although the instructors were feeling guilty, when they saw how their students were beaten up, and also when they heard the threat from the dark gold rank master, all of them felt indignant. No matter what, the 2 students of the dark gold rank master were still fine, but all of their students were beaten up badly. Where were they supposed to put their faces? Great elder, if you want to punish them, the dark gold rank master has nothing to say. However, if you want to expel my students because of this incident, I don't mind not being a teacher anymore. The dark gold rank master was also very strong-willed. She directly said that if Yunsheng and Dong Huangling were to be expelled, she wouldn't be a teacher anymore. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling didn't expect that the usually cold-blooded and heartless dark gold rank master would actually side with them like this. Previously, they thought that the dark gold rank master didn't treat them as her students at all. Dark Gold, you dare to threaten the great elder? Don't think that you are so great just because you are the only teacher of the dark major. Great elder, if you don't punish those 2 students, we will all quit as well. The 10+ instructors were forced into a corner and refused to do anything. Such a situation caused the few elders to be in a difficult position. Just when they were in a deadlock, suddenly, a plop sound could be heard. A female student fell onto the ground. She suddenly started foaming at the mouth and her entire body started twitching. What happened? Quickly go and get Shiguang over here. The instructors were all stunned by this scene. The third elder also walked over and checked the condition of the female student. Isn't this the female magician who took the forbidden medicine yesterday? Dong Huanglinger recognized the female magician who was unconscious. This student, what did you say just now? What did she take yesterday? The third elder was an outstanding master potioneer. However, he was actually unable to see through the condition of the female mage. She took a forbidden medicine. The name of the medicine and its medicinal properties are unknown. However, after she took the medicine, her strength instantly broke through from Saint Mage to Sky Mage. Yun Sheng was also checking the condition of the female mage. What? Forbidden medicine again? How many times have I said that in the continent's magic elite camp, no one is allowed to take forbidden medicine that is privately refined? Just where did that forbidden medicine come from? The third elder flew into a rage. After hearing the third elder's words, Yun Sheng roughly guessed that the forbidden medicine that the female mage took was most likely bought through private channels. In the continent, there were many types of magic potions. Most of the magic potions that were refined by famous master potioneers were of high quality. However, those magic potions were very rare. Furthermore, the price of those magic potions were also very high. Ordinary Saint Mage wouldn't have the money to buy those magic potions. Because of this, some illegal magic potioneers would privately refine low-quality magic potions that were not up to standard. The price of those magic potions was very low. However, the corresponding quality was also very difficult to guarantee. Some of those magic potions even had very big side effects. It was very obvious that this female mage bought such a forbidden medicine rashly. After using it, such side effects occurred. Mu Yi, that is your disciple. Where did she get the forbidden medicine from? The third elder stared at the female mage's instructor sternly. Third elder, the female mage's instructor stuttered, I am also not very clear about it. This student's elder brother went to Sky Wings City a while ago. It is said that he brought the forbidden medicine back from there. Did it come from outside? After learning that the forbidden medicine was not refined by a student of the camp, the third elder's expression became even more serious. Chapter 584. If the source of the forbidden medicine was from the elite magic camp, they could still find the potion master and ask him about it. However, if it was from Skywing City, they would not be able to figure out the main ingredients of the forbidden medicine in such a short time. Third elder, is there any way to save this student? The great elder saw that the female mage was becoming more and more unconscious. She was breathing in more and out less. It seemed that she was about to die. Without a ready-made potion, I can't analyze it. It's also very difficult for me to determine what she has taken in such a short time. In this situation, we can only let Shiguang take a look. The third elder was also helpless. Shiguang was Gufeng's mentor. He was also a well-known light mage and was the main healer in the elite magic camp. But very quickly, the instructor who went to pass on the message brought back disappointing news. Yesterday, Mentor Shiguang brought a few students who were about to advance and went out to look for soul stones. As such, it was even more impossible for anyone to cure the forbidden medicine in this female mage's body. Seeing that the elders were all extremely anxious, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps, I can help her. Just as everyone was at a loss, Yun Sheng suddenly spoke. What did you say? You can help her. Do you know what poison she has in her body? The third elder was astonished. How could it be? Yun Sheng was only a master magician. Furthermore, she did not know light magic at all. I don't know. Even if I knew, I would not be able to make an antidote in such a short time. However, I can purify the poison in her body with water. As soon as Yunxing spoke, more than a dozen mentors, including the third elder and the dark gold mentors, were stunned. You said you know how to purify water? Isn't that the high-level water magic that only the elves know? The elves' magic was unique and could achieve effects similar to light magic. However, it was impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with elven magic. I lived in the celestial realm for 3 years and learned water magic. I also know elven magic. Yunxing looked embarrassed. Yes, yes, yes. She has the purest power of elven water in her body. The power of water can purify the poison in a person's body. Hurry up, or it will be too late. The third elder hurriedly asked Yunxing to go forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yunxing began to sing. As she chanted, an alluring figure appeared in front of her. The little water fairy queen appeared in front of everyone. Her perfect face, petite body, and the dense aura of water emanating from her body all indicated that she was indeed a fairy. Naturally, no one could recognize the origin of the little queen. They all thought that this was a special purification spell that Yunxing had used. The little water fairy queen landed in front of Yunxing and said a few words to her. The others couldn't understand what Yunxing and the little water fairy queen were talking about. If they did, they would probably vomit blood. In fact, Yunxing had yet to learn purification magic. She only knew the most rudimentary healing magic. However, she was not afraid of being exposed because she had the water fairy little queen, who had the strongest healing ability in the world. The conversation between Yunxing and the elf queen was as follows: Little queen, use your water purification magic to purify the effects of the forbidden medicine in her body. Sure, but I want fruit wine. I'll give you a jar. Immediately use the purification magic. Deal. The elf queen was overjoyed and immediately flew to purify the female mage. She flapped her wings, and a light blue water light shrouded the unconscious female mage like a veil. The pure power of water was purifying the effects of the forbidden medicine in the female mage's body. The female mage vomited a mouthful of black liquid, and her complexion quickly recovered. In the eyes of others, it looked like Yunxing had used a very advanced water magic to heal the female mage. It's really elven magic. Nonsense, you actually want to expel a student who knows elven magic. The first elder immediately turned from worry to joy. First elder, actually, I've already noticed this student. Not only does she know elven magic, but she also knows how to refine potions. The moon goddess's praise potion was refined by her. The third elder took the opportunity to say, "Oh, Dark Gold, you've accepted a very good disciple." The first elder seemed to have forgotten about the fight earlier, not to mention the camp rules and expulsion. Those mentors were also embarrassed to say anything. After all, they couldn't possibly expel someone who had just saved their student's life, right? The Dark Gold mentor was also puzzled. She had never seen Yunxing use any water magic before. This lass, isn't she too good at hiding her strength? The first elder muttered to himself for a while, how about this, we still have to give an explanation for the fight this time. Yunxing, you and Dong Huangling are both in the wrong, and the two of you have to accept the punishment. However, since the two of you were provoked by her, we'll take 50% of the responsibility for the fight this time. With this kind of punishment, do you all accept it? We don't have any objections. The Dark Gold mentor was afraid that Yunxing and Dong Huangling wouldn't compromise, so she hurriedly answered for them. We also don't have any objections. The other mentors gritted their teeth and agreed. Even an idiot could tell that the few elders were very biased towards that student called Yunxing. If it wasn't for the fact that this student was a Dark Gold mentor, they would have already taken her in as their disciple. At this moment, none of the mentors dared to say that they wanted to expel Yunxing. If you don't have any objections, then come forward to receive your punishment. The first elder shouted. Yun Sheng, Dong Huangling, the other female magicians, and the female magician who had just woken up, all walked forward with a timid expression. The few of you, as seniors of the continent's elite magician camp, listened to the rumors, caused trouble for no reason, and even violated the camp's rules by taking forbidden medicine. According to the rules, each of you will have your blood refinement time increased by 3 months. At the same time, 100 merit points will be deducted. The first elder reprimanded those seniors. When the female magicians heard that, they all complained. 100 merit points were equivalent to a quota to kill 100 blood cloud beast soldiers. Increasing their blood refinement time by 3 months, this punishment was very heavy. Hour more in the Dutian blood beast world was very dangerous. However, with danger came opportunity. This also meant that compared to the other seniors, they would have more chances to kill blood cloud beasts and increase their chances of getting into the magic power rankings. Thank you, First Elder. The female magicians all unwillingly replied. They were seniors, and they could still have their blood refinement time increased. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling listened at the side, and they were also very nervous. They weren't seniors, and they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Dutian blood beast world. What was their punishment? Chapter 585. As for the two of you, leave the Continental Magic Elite Camp now. The great elder's gaze fell on Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling. Ah! That's not fair, why are you chasing us away? Dong Huangling was anxious. Linger, listen to the great elder. Yun Sheng pulled Dong Huangling. Hee, you two little girls, I'm not chasing you away. You're following me to the Sky Wings arena with a group of students who are about to advance, the second elder said with a smile. Every year, there would be some students in the Continental Magic Elite Camp who were about to break through, especially from Saint Mage to Sky Mage, which was the most difficult to break through. Ordinary magic training and meditation could take months or even years to achieve a breakthrough. Therefore, the Continental Magic Elite Camp had a special method to let the students break through. The first method was to let the students enter the Dutian Blood Beast world and fight against commander-level Blood Cloud Beasts to break through. However, this method was very dangerous, and many students had lost their lives in the Dutian Blood Beast world because of it. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the instructors were not willing to let their students use this method. If the first method did not work, then there was a second, safer method, and that was to go to the Sky Wings arena, known as the City in the Sky, and participate in the fighting. Although fighting was also very dangerous, the relative casualty rate was much lower than in the Blood Beast world. Moreover, fighting in the arena could earn extra points, which could be exchanged for high rewards and even the glory of the fighting king. Therefore, most students preferred the second method. However, there were not many opportunities to go to the Sky Wings arena. There might only be one batch in a few years. This year, seeing that a group of Saint Mages was about to break through, the second elder proposed to bring a group of outstanding students to Sky Wing City to train for a year. However, the second elder was troubled by the fact that Light Mage Guangxi, who was the best at healing, was not around. He could only find one of Guangxi's students, Gufeng. Although Gufeng's talent was not bad, he still lacked experience. Therefore, the second elder had always been vexed and wanted to find another magician who could heal. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yun Sheng appeared. Not only did she know how to concoct potions, she also knew how to concoct powerful water healing and essence magic. The second elder was overjoyed. Wasn't this the most suitable candidate for the team's healing magician? The great elder had also thought of this point. That was why he proposed to have Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling follow the second elder's team out. Second elder, the duration of this punishment is a little long, spanning a year. However, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling are only master magicians. They have yet to learn dark magic systematically. If they were to head to the Sky Wings arena, I'm afraid The dark gold instructor had some doubts. The dark gold mentor's words were harsh to the ears of the other mentors. You don't have to worry about that. I won't let your precious students fight. Their strength is simply not enough. They will only be sending themselves to their deaths if they fight. Their main role is to take care of the senior students who are participating in the competition. They can be substitutes. The second elder waved his hand and replied straightforwardly. The second elder's words dispelled the last bit of doubt in the dark gold mentor's mind. The other dozen or so mentors muttered to themselves, "TSK, how is this a punishment?" Following the team to the Sky Wings arena would not only increase one's experience, but it would also be very beneficial for future breakthroughs. Ordinary freshmen had no right to participate. Rather than calling it a punishment, it would be better to call it a reward. The Great Elder and Second Elder were clearly biased. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling still didn't know that the two of them had profited from their misfortune and obtained a lucrative job that others envied. The two of them only knew that they didn't need to leave the continent's magic elite camp and could go to the Sky Wings arena. The worries in their hearts were swept away, and smiles appeared on their faces. The journey to the Sky Wings arena was long. After Yunsheng and Dong Huangling confirmed their departure, the dark gold mentor led them away. After Yunsheng and the others left, the elders didn't immediately disperse. There won't be any problems with this arrangement, right? Second elder, are you sure you don't want me to go with you? The third elder had a worried look on his face. What problems can there be? The students we've selected this time are all very strong. Even in the Sky Wings arena, they won't be inferior. The second elder didn't think much of it. Besides, we've participated in so many competitions in the past, and we've always been fine. In the past, he was there, but this year, it's all students. I keep feeling uneasy. Why don't we wait a little longer and go after Shiguang returns? The third elder shook his head. No way. The second elder flatly rejected. I've received news that the warrior elite camp has already selected a dozen or so students to participate in the competition. If their students break through before us, we won't be able to raise our heads in the upcoming blood competition. The continent's elite camp was divided into the warrior elite camp and the magic elite camp. Although both sides were part of the elite camp, they couldn't help but compete in private. The elders' councils on both sides competed in private with the number of new sky mages and martial saints added each year. The number of sky mages and martial saints was the true backbone of the two camps. Mages and warriors of this realm killed the most magical beasts in the Dutian blood beast world, and they were also the ones with the most hope of entering the Dutian blood beast world to hunt commander-grade magical beasts. Third elder, you don't need to worry. There shouldn't be too big of a problem. Second elder, remember that this time, you can't lose to those old fellows in the warrior elite camp. You may be shameless, but I still have my face. The great elder seems to be in a good mood. A mage who can use elven magic. When the time comes, the warrior elite camp will definitely be envious. Eldest elder, don't worry. I've already told those advancing students that whether it's in the individual or group competitions, they have to do their best. If they succeed, our continent's magic elite camp will also be able to bring back the title of King of Combat. The second elder laughed heartily. The students this time were all very outstanding. The second elder believed that they would definitely achieve good results. That's right. Since we're going to Skywing City, we should also investigate the matter of the forbidden medicine. If there's a chance, it's best to bring back a bottle. The third elder had already asked the female mage who had bought the forbidden medicine. However, after she had consumed the forbidden medicine, she had thrown the bottle into the lake. She only knew that her elder brother had bought that bottle of forbidden medicine in Skywing City. As for who had refined it, she really didn't know. After the elders finished their discussion, they agreed to head to Skywing City on the same day. Chapter 586. You too, this can be considered as a blessing in disguise. As far as I know, the light magician in the team this time is your friend. You too can pass this news to him first and come back later. The dark gold mentor suddenly spoke after leading Yun Sheng and Dong Huang linger for a while. Yun Sheng and Dong Huang linger also guessed that Gufeng should be the light magician in the team. The two also wanted to ask him more about Skywing City, so they simply went to look for Gufeng first. The dark gold mentor's face was gloomy as she returned to the thatched cottage first. Inside the thatched cottage, Kuling was waiting. Kuling didn't see Yun Sheng and Dong Huang linger and was secretly happy. She only thought that the two of them had been kicked out of the elite camp. She couldn't wait to go forward. Mentor, the two of them were kicked out of the elite camp. Are you happy that the two of them were kicked out? The dark gold mentor's face was calm, no one could tell whether she was happy or angry. Kuling hurriedly said, how can that be? The two of them were kicked out, I will be very sad. Humph, sad. I think you are happy. Kuling, let me ask you, why did you expose the fact that Yun Sheng wasn't in the room? The dark gold mentor reprimanded loudly. Kuling had never seen the dark gold mentor so angry before. She knew that something was wrong and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Dark gold mentor, I didn't. I was just afraid that Yun Sheng's matter would implicate you. I was thinking for you. Kuling, you are expelled. The dark gold mentor's expression became serious. What? Mentor, what are you saying? The one who made the mistake is Yun Sheng. Why are you kicking me out? Kuling didn't expect that the dark gold mentor would suddenly kick her out. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Don't think that I don't know what you have done in the past 5 years. The dark gold mentor looked at Kuling coldly. If it wasn't for the master-disciple relationship, she would have already killed Kuling. Kuling was frightened by the dark gold mentor's appearance. Although it was widely known that the dark gold mentor was a terrifying dark magician, she would never make a move on her own students. Kuling knew that if she dared to resist, the dark gold instructor would kill her immediately. Kellen was still unwilling to give up. She had been following her dark gold teacher for 5 years. She had been working hard, pretending to be obedient and respectful to her teacher. She had never made any mistakes. She was about to learn her teacher's arcane magic when she was kicked out. How could she accept this? Teacher, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything, continued Corin. 3 years ago, Lu Hong died in an accident during the first blood purge. 2 years ago, Qinruo went crazy for no reason. Don't tell me that these people have nothing to do with you. The dark gold instructor was referring to some of the mages under her tutelage in the past few years. None of these people could survive 3 years. Teacher, what happened to them was an accident. Even the elders have investigated it. It has nothing to do with me. Kuling still refused to admit it. Kuling, if you continue to quibble, do you believe that I won't kill you immediately? All of your magic was taught by me. The dark gold mentor held her magic scepter in anger. Looking at the magic scepter in her teacher's hand, Kuling understood that her teacher really knew everything. She knew everything. A sense of shame and hatred rose in Kuling's heart. Dark gold. So what if you know? Didn't you connive with me to do all of this? If you didn't stop me, how could I have succeeded? You are the real demon. You made Yun Sheng and Dong Huang linger undergo inhumane training. Didn't you also drive them crazy? Didn't you make them go to the arena to turn them into cold-blooded dark magicians? Kuling smiled bitterly, I was originally like them. But because of your training, I slowly became cruel and bloodthirsty. It was you who turned me into a ghost. No friends, no humanity. The dark gold mentor sighed, Kuling, do you really think that dark magic can make people lose their humanity? The reason why I trained you all was to make your minds more resolute. When you learn true dark magic, you won't be controlled by the murderous heart of dark magic. The reason why I didn't stop those people who died and went crazy in the past was because they couldn't adapt to the cultivation of dark magic. Those who are weak will be eliminated. Even if I don't eliminate them, they will be killed after they enter the blood purge. Although your cultivation is stronger than Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger, you don't have the qualifications to become a dark magician. Leave, don't force me to make a move. I don't want to see you again. Ku Ling's complexion turned pale. She didn't expect that the dark gold mentor's intention was actually like this. In the past few years, she used all kinds of methods to ostracize the other students. Originally, she thought that no one would know. Unexpectedly, the dark gold mentor knew everything. Moreover, all of this was actually a test given by the dark gold mentor. Mentor, please give me another chance. Seeing that I have served you for so many years, please give me another chance. This time, I won't play any tricks in secret. I will get along well with Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger. I swear, if I play any tricks again, let my soul be destroyed and die a horrible death. Ku Ling begged. Her talent was originally very good, and she was also chosen by the dark gold mentor from countless students to be the most suitable person to learn dark magic. Why would the dark gold mentor want to chase her away? The most vicious oath a magician could make was to have their soul destroyed. For Ku Ling to say such words, she might really have the heart to repent. The dark gold mentor pondered for a moment. In the end, she didn't harden her heart. All right, then I will give you another chance. During this time, Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger will follow the second elder to the Sky Wings arena. Take care of yourself. The dark gold mentor sighed and no longer paid attention to Ku Ling, who was kneeling on the ground. Only after the dark gold mentor left did Ku Ling raise her head. She found it hard to believe that the two of them hadn't been chased out of the continent's magic elite camp and had even received the opportunity to go to the Sky Wings arena with the second elder. Ku Ling was immediately stunned. She originally didn't have the slightest bit of guilt in her heart, but now hatred and jealousy were crazily growing. As a senior student, she had never had the opportunity to go to the Sky Wings arena for a full 5 years. Every student who came back from the Sky Wings arena would improve by leaps and bounds. Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger, don't think that you will have it easy. Wait and see. When it is time for blood purge, I will have plenty of chances to make you die a horrible death, Ku Ling muttered. Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger had already found Gufeng. When Gufeng heard that Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger were going to accompany him, he immediately opened his mouth and told the two about Skywing City in detail. Chapter 587. That's great. Yunsheng, our 13 potion teams have merged again. There's also Ling Er. We're all together again. Abandon is also among the students who broke through this time. Although Gufeng, Yunsheng, and the others were all in the continent's magic elite camp, they didn't run into each other often due to their different mentors. In order not to worry them, Yunsheng didn't tell them that Yunsheng and Donghuang Ling had been surrounded earlier. The continent's magic elite camp implemented a typical elite education, which was a small class system with small mentors. Each mentor's training method was different, and the training places and patterns arranged were also different. Therefore, Yunsheng, Gufeng, and the others might run into each other when participating in the blood purge. It was very difficult for them to run into each other. Therefore, when Gufeng learned that Yunsheng and Donghuang Ling were also heading to Skywing City, he was overjoyed. Yunsheng didn't expect that Abandon would be among the students who broke through this time. You're saying that Abandon is also about to advance, and he's about to become a sky magician? This news surprised Yunsheng. She, Gufeng, and Abandon had joined the Royal Magic Academy at the same time. At that time, Yunsheng and Abandon's cultivation were about the same. Even the speed of their advancement was about the same. Gufeng was slightly inferior. But now, Yunsheng was still a saint magician, and on the surface, she was only a master magician. Yet, Abandon was already breaking through to become a sky magician. This inevitably made Yun Sheng somewhat depressed. But fortunately, the person who broke through was Abandon, so Yun Sheng let it go. Gufeng, tell us about the Sky Wings Arena. Didn't you say that only sky magicians or martial grandmasters and above can enter the Sky Wings Arena? Compared to Yun Sheng, Dong Huangling was really just incidental. Right now, she only wanted to know what was going on with the world-famous Sky Wing Arena. Because of his mentor, this wasn't the first time Gufeng had gone to the Sky Wings Arena with the team. In his second year in the Continental Magic Elite Camp, he had already gone once, but that time, he had gone with his mentor. Including this year, this was the third time he had gone there. And Yun Sheng was also very curious about the Sky Wings Arena. This was because she had once heard Feng Kuo mention that the Sky Wings Arena was the place where her parents had met. Her father, Yun Songhai, had even almost become the king of fighters of the Sky Wings Arena. After Gufeng's explanation, only then did Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger know that one could enter the Sky Wings Arena by flying or by taking a spaceship. Not only that, but the most attractive part of the Sky Wings Arena isn't just that. When you get there, you'll know. Gufeng was now very pleased with himself. He had finally gotten this opportunity to show off in front of Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger, so he had to take the opportunity to show off. Then we'll go back and prepare. Right, Gufeng, this is the meditation water I've just refined. Its effect is twice as good as the previous meditation water. Take a few bottles with you. We'll meet again when we set off in a few days. Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger bid farewell to Gufeng. A few days later, Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger, along with the second elder and a dozen or so carefully selected magicians, set off for the Sky Wings Arena. To Yun Sheng's surprise, she also saw Chen Lian in the queue. How could it be you? You don't have the qualifications to enter the Sky Wings Arena. Chen Lian saw Yun Sheng. What a joke. Whether I have the qualifications or not, it's not up to you to decide. Dong Huanglinger stuck out her tongue. She had already inquired about Chen Lian's background from Yun Sheng, and she felt that Chen Lian's conduct was very shameless. Don't be so pleased with yourself. You're just magicians accompanying the team. Yun Sheng, if you dare to do anything to me again, I'll definitely let you die very miserably. This time, no one will be able to help you. Chen Lian was like a proud peacock as she took the lead to board the spaceship with a few other magicians. Who would have thought that Chen Lian would also be advancing? How could her cultivation advance so quickly? Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel suspicious. Yun Sheng, don't mind her. When she gets injured in the arena, she'll be crying and begging us. Gufeng spat at Chen Lian's back. Chen Lian's growth in the past few years was indeed very rapid. Especially last year, after she got acquainted with a few male magicians who were in the top 100 of the overall leaderboard, they entered the central region of the Dutian Blood Beast world together. After returning, her strength suddenly increased by a lot. Who knew what exactly she encountered in the central region of the Blood Beast world? With the two of us here, she won't dare to do anything. The spaceship is just ahead. She walked beside Yun Sheng. The moment he appeared, he attracted the admiring gazes of many female magicians. There were even some female magicians who specially came to send them off. Senior Brother Qi, I wish you success. Senior Brother Qi is looking at me. She then looked at Qi, whose face was stupefied. Yun Sheng was really impressed that he could still maintain his composure. Hua! Dong Huanglinger exclaimed. An empty spaceship appeared in front of them. It was an empty spaceship that was very similar to a modern Dao. The entire spaceship was painted with magic paint that was used to defend against low to mid-level magic attacks. The spaceship was of medium size and had a beautiful triangular beast skin sail. Under the sunlight, the deck shone as if it was waxed. This spaceship that could accommodate more than 30 people at the same time was the second elder's most prized private spaceship, Windride. On the boundless continent, the cost of building an empty spaceship was no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. Only a small number of wealthy magicians and warriors could own one. The second elder didn't have a family, so he treated this empty spaceship as his family. Usually, his greatest interest was to take this spaceship for a stroll around. Usually, students wouldn't be able to board this spaceship. Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger were amazed and envious. Both of them thought that a flying beast was already very advanced, but compared to this beautiful Windride, the second elder's nouveau riche temperament was completely exposed. Every time I board this spaceship, I think to myself that I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to own a spaceship like this in my lifetime. This spaceship's speed is really fast. Even the fastest eagle-type flying beast on the continent can't catch up to this spaceship, Gufeng lamented. Compared to female magicians, male magicians yearned for spaceships even more. Yunsheng also thought to herself that if she had the chance, it wouldn't be a bad idea to buy a spaceship. After boarding the spaceship, there were already quite a few people standing on the deck. This time, the second elder had originally brought 11 people to the Skywing Arena. Among them, Yunsheng recognized 3, Gufeng, Qi, and Chenlian. Of these 3, apart from Gufeng, the other 2 had made especially obvious progress in this year. As for the remaining 9 people, they were all outstanding members of the continent's magic elite camp. Chapter 588. Chenliener, 1 female mage, and 2 male mages stood together. According to Gufeng, the 4 of them were a small team, and when they entered the Dutian blood beast world, they had all advanced and retreated together. The remaining 5 mages were split into groups of 2 and 3. Yunsheng also saw another familiar face, and that was from the continent's magic elite camp. Other than Yunsheng, the star marker student, Feng Tian. Feng Tian was still the same, ignoring everyone. When they saw Gufeng come up, a few people nodded at Gufeng. Gufeng was a light mage, and most mages were happy to make friends with light mages, because light mages were especially useful in battle. As for Abandon, he was a popular candidate on the Primrose list, and most people knew him. Only Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger were unfamiliar faces, but everyone could still recognize them at a glance, especially Yunsheng. At a glance, they could tell that her magic cultivation wasn't high. Bringing a master mage with him to the Heaven's Wings arena? What exactly was the second elder planning? When the second elder saw that the others were all puzzled, he coughed a few times to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, pay attention. This time, 2 more people will be joining our team. They are Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger. They will be joining us as substitutes. Their main role is to support Gufeng and help everyone with some magic healing. When the second elder said this, most people's hostility toward Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger dissipated a little. No one paid any more attention to Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger. Anyway, it was fine as long as they didn't drag them down. Before we set off, I'll announce one more thing on behalf of the Great Elder. In this trial, students who can successfully break through will get a chance to learn high-level magic. The second elder's words made the students who were already excited and ready to set off even more motivated. High-level magic was something that could only be encountered by chance. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger immediately pricked up their ears. Second elder, if we break through, will we also have a chance to learn advanced magic? Yunsheng seized the opportunity to ask. Even if the 2 of you broke through, would you be able to learn high-level magic if I gave you the chance? Chenliener and the magicians beside her sneered. It's up to us whether or not we'll be able to learn it. However, second elder, you must treat all of us equally and give us equal opportunities. Dong Huanglinger also took the opportunity to request. Wishful thinking. 2 pieces of trash want to learn high-level magic. Chenliener sneered. Dong Huanglinger glared at Chenliener. Yun Sheng was afraid that Dong Huangling and Dong Huangling would get into a conflict. Therefore, she wanted to go forward and pull Dong Huangling back. As they pulled, Yun Sheng and Chen Lianer collided. The moment the two collided, Yun Sheng suddenly felt a subtle feeling. This feeling? Yun Sheng was flabbergasted. This wasn't the first time she felt this feeling. Within the beast speech ring, the summoning hand let out a chant. This voice could only be heard by Yun Sheng. Last time, when she encountered the immortal Holy Grail, she also remembered having this feeling. However, compared to last time, the feeling this time was somewhat different. Could it be that Chen Lianer also had an 8-Baron divine artifact? Yun Sheng decided to take advantage of the fact that there was no one around to call out the little queen and ask her about it. She lived in the immortal Holy Grail all year round, so she should be somewhat familiar with the 8-Baron divine artifact. However, where did Chen Lianer's 8-Baron divine artifact come from? Last time, when she saw her, she clearly didn't have this feeling. Yun Sheng started her journey to the Heaven's Wings arena with a stomach full of questions. The Windrider slowly rose. When the ship rose to a height of about 500 to 600 meters, a magic array appeared above the ship. This was a large-scale wind magic array. Under its effect, the ship's speed increased by several times. After flying to a height of about 10,000 meters, the only thing left in the surroundings was a vast expanse of white clouds. The second elder ordered all the members, the journey to the Heaven's Wings arena will take about 10 days of flying. During this time, without my permission, no one is allowed to leave the ship. 2 people will share a cabin. If you're interested, you can stay on the deck. The scenery at a high altitude is pretty good, especially for wind mages. The wind magic element in this area is very abundant. This was the first time Dong Huangling had been to such a high altitude. Accompanied by Gufeng, she was full of interest as she admired the scenery at high altitudes. Yun Sheng was anxious to find out the secret on Chen Lianer's body, so she didn't stay any longer and returned to her cabin. Upon returning to her cabin, Yun Sheng noticed that there was a small magic array in the cabin. The effect of the student's cultivation on the ship was much better than on land. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have enough money, Yun Sheng really wanted to buy one to play with. Little queen, hurry up and come out. Yun Sheng wasn't in the mood to meditate. She summoned the little queen. With a flash of blue light, the little queen appeared. It was just that her appearance this time made Yun Sheng feel that it was very funny. The little queen, who was only the size of a butterfly, was hugging a wine jug that was 10 times her height and drinking until her whole body was red. Her whole body reeked of alcohol, and she even burped from time to time. She was drunk. Little queen, just now on the deck, among the 10 or so people, did you notice anyone with the smell of an Octoterra artifact? Yun Sheng didn't dare to confirm whether or not Chen Lianer had an Octoterra artifact on her, but Chen Lianer's speed of magic improvement was indeed a bit abnormal. Burp, the little queen let out a loud burp, squinting her cute big eyes. I didn't. She hemmed and hawed, which made Yun Sheng very anxious. It's not complete. After saying a few words, the little queen couldn't hold on anymore. She swayed and fell from mid-air with the wine jug. Fortunately, Yun Sheng's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast enough to catch her. This little fellow had completely fallen into a deep sleep because of her excessive drinking. Yun Sheng had a headache and could only put her into the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. Yun Sheng sat down in the cabin. She recalled the little queen's words just now. Yes, but also no, incomplete. What he meant was that Chen Lianer really did have one of the 8-Baron God artifacts. Based on the reactions of the summoning hand and the little queen, that artifact was very likely not complete. Chen Lianer had obtained a part of the divine artifact due to luck. But which part was it exactly? How did she get it? Chen Lianer was in the mainland's magic elite camp. The only chance for her to obtain the Octoterra artifact was probably, Yun Sheng remembered that Gufeng once said that Chen Lianer had entered the middle area of the Duqian blood beast world a while ago. It was very likely that the incomplete artifact was obtained from the middle area of the Duqian blood beast world. Yun Sheng secretly thought that no matter what, she had to think of a way to get the incomplete artifact from Chen Lianer. Just as Yun Sheng was thinking, she suddenly felt the empty ship shake violently. This feeling was as if the ship had crashed into something. Chapter 589. The airship that Yun Sheng and the others were on was the second elder's treasure. He had set up a threefold defensive magic array around the airship. Yun Sheng had never been to the Imperial prison, but the airship's defense was definitely comparable to the Imperial prisons of the 5 great nations. It was difficult for the people inside to get out, and even harder for the people outside to break in. Moreover, the airship had already entered a high-speed flight stage. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air was thin, and flying magical beasts below the 6th rank couldn't fly in this area. Could it be that the airship had encountered some extremely powerful magical beast? Yun Sheng, it's not good. Dong Huanglinger hurriedly ran in. Yun Sheng hurriedly ran out of the cabin. The other students resting in the cabins also ran out one after another. The deck was already full of people. Yun Sheng squeezed through the crowd, and the second elder stood at the front with an angry look on his face. Looking outside the airship, Yun Sheng immediately realized what had happened. Elder Helian, we're really fated to meet each other like this. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a lion's mouth and looked very dignified. Behind Elder Yu were a dozen or so young martial artists. There were both men and women among the young martial artists, and all of them looked heroic and cool. The ducky wings on their backs were very eye-catching. Looking at their clothes, it was clear that they were from the other side of the continent's elite camp, the warrior elite camp. This time, the warrior elite camp also had several students on the verge of breaking through, so their third elder, Yu Pejuan, personally led a team to the Sky Wings arena. But unlike the warrior elite camp, Yu Pejuan's team didn't take the airship. This wasn't to say that Elder Yu was poorer than Elder Helian and couldn't even afford a decent airship. The truth was that Elder Yu had given up the comfortable airship and chose to fly to the Sky Wings arena in order to train the students of the warrior elite camp. Yu Pejuan had requested that the team fly together for more than 10 days, with only an hour of rest in the middle. The rest of the time, they had to travel day and night. Whether it was intentional or not, Yu Pejuan's team met Second Elder's empty ship in this way. Although Elder Helian was already cursing in his heart, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the neat group of cultivators behind Elder Yu. It was said that the continent's warriors' elite camp trained hard. Now that he had seen it for himself, he knew that it was true. Flying at high altitudes for more than 10 days seemed easy, but it was actually very difficult. Not to mention the wind and sun, just flying at high altitudes, especially at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the astral winds were as ferocious as tigers, capable of tearing apart a bull. In addition, they had to travel day and night, and they might encounter ferocious flying magical beasts. These difficulties were enough to make people shrink back. Elder Helian did not dare to let his team members fly like this. Martial artists were different from magicians. As long as a martial artist reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster, he would be able to transform his fighting aura into wings and fly in the air. Did that mean that the other party's team this time were all experts at the level of a martial arts grandmaster? Elder Helian could not help but look behind Elder Yu. On the magic airship, the other team members were also looking at the warriors behind Elder Helian with hostility. These young warriors were all very skilled. In the air, they did not panic, and their gazes were firm. In the team, there was one person who attracted the most attention. There was a type of person who could attract everyone's attention, even in a crowd of 10,000 people. On the magic airship, the eyes of all the female magicians lit up when they saw that person. Especially Chen Lianer. When she saw Yi Baiming, there was a hint of fanaticism in her eyes. Yi Baiming was wearing a martial artist's black robe today. The astral winds at high altitudes caused his robe to flutter. His black hair and sculpted features were all shocking. He was just standing there quietly, but he was like a god, unshakable. Yunxing saw Yi Baiming in the team at a glance. When she saw Yi Baiming, Yunxing's mind immediately recalled the day when he hit her on the tree, and her lips could not help but feel numb. When she thought of that scene, Yunxing's face turned red. Yi Baiming's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Yunxing. When their gazes collided, it was as if there were flames rubbing against each other, bursting with scorching heat. Yunxing felt as if she was going to be swallowed by his gaze alone. Yunxing quickly turned her head away. She was originally a little angry at Yi Baiming. Her current state of mind was very much like a fit of pique. However, when Yunxing looked away, Yi Baiming was not going to let it go. His pair of phoenix eyes were fixed on Yunxing. No matter what the elder said, he turned a blind eye to the gazes of the people around him. The other warriors in the team, including Elder Yu, realized that something was not right. Yi Baiming was a very special existence in the continent's elite warrior camp. His talent was without a doubt astonishing. As long as he learned any battle technique, he would definitely be able to comprehend it. It was just that this kid was naturally lazy, or rather, he was very cold. No matter if it was the other students or his teacher, or the great elder of the continent's elite warrior camp, he was always cold and indifferent. As for his cultivation, it was even more unfathomable. It seemed to be hovering between martial great master and martial saint. However, he was unwilling to break through to martial saint. Usually, when he finished his normal training, he would disappear without a trace. He would either hide in some tree to sleep, or go to the pub to drink and daydream. His way of doing things was obviously very different from the continent's elite warrior camp. Think about it, other people would train to death and still not be able to learn a single battle technique. Not only did he learn it well, he also liked to be lazy. Furthermore, he was very popular with the female students. Wherever he went, he would always attract a group of female students' screams and adoring gazes. After a long time, some of the older students of the elite camp, especially the few male students who were also disciples of the great elder, could not bear it any longer. After some discussion, they decided to teach Yi Baiming a lesson. However, the end result of the encirclement was that Yi Baiming still had that handsome face of his, and continued to be his lazy and cool handsome self. Those senior martial brothers of the martial saint level had their limbs all broken and were wrapped up like mummies. They had to lie in bed for a full half a month. Since then, Yi Baiming had become a taboo in the continent's elite warrior camp. No one dared to provoke him. His teacher, the great elder of the continent's elite warrior camp, Guiyu, would always test his disciple. Baiming, are you about to break through to martial saint? Yi Baiming always said, not interested. Even towards his own teacher, Yi Baiming did not give him much face. Did you understand? What he meant was that he was not interested in breaking through to martial saint, not that he could not break through. Chapter 590. Just like that, 3 years passed. This time, when Elder Yu learned that the Continental Magic Elite Camp was going to the Skywings Arena to participate in a breakthrough, he immediately selected a dozen or so students who were on the verge of breaking through to go together. His original intention was to compete with the Continental Magic Elite Camp, but who would have thought that one day before they set off, handsome Yi Lai would suddenly find his mentor. Mentor, this disciple is about to break through and has decided to go to the Skywings Arena with Elder Yu. These words were quite impressive, and the implication was that he had decided to lower himself and accompany Elder Yu to Skywings City to break through. Wow! Elder Ghost Warden's eyes were brimming with tears. His precious disciple was finally willing to break through. What the hell was this? Without another word, the great elder included Yi Baiming in the Skywings Arena's list this time. That was the reason why they met today. The third elder followed Yi Baiming's gaze and quickly discovered that the focus of Yi Baiming's gaze was a female mage. That female mage had her head lowered at this moment, like an ostrich burying its head, refusing to raise it even if beaten to death. With her head lowered, the third elder couldn't see what that female mage looked like. Elder Helian also noticed, and with a suspicious expression, his gaze shifted back and forth between Yi Baiming and Yunsheng. Chen Lianer gnashed her teeth in hatred. Yunsheng, isn't that Lord Baiming up there? Gufeng was still somewhat puzzled. Weren't Yunsheng and Lord Baiming engaged? Why was Yunsheng acting like she didn't want strangers to get close to her? Could it be that the young couple had a conflict? Seeing this, Qi felt a little upset. Dong Huanglinger could be considered the one who didn't understand the situation the most. She recognized Yi Baiming. This person was on par with Tang Yuan and Li Xiao on the primrose list, but from everyone's tone, he seemed to have a deep relationship with Yunsheng. Gufeng, what does that person have to do with Yunsheng? Why is he staring at Yunsheng? Dong Huanglinger's soul of a gossipy girl was burning. He, didn't Yunsheng tell you? I know. She must be embarrassed. That person is Lord Baiming. He was originally Yunsheng's retainer and Yunsheng's fiancé. Before he could finish the word husband, Gufeng's foot was heavily stepped on. Ouch, Yunsheng, why did you step on me? Gufeng jumped up and hugged his feet. Gufeng, believe it or not, I'll sew your mouth shut with a needle. Yunsheng snorted, turned her head, and returned to the cabin. He is that fiancé. Dong Huangling was puzzled. I'm not going to say any more. Boo-hoo, Yunsheng's needle technique is very scary. Gufeng hugged his feet and didn't dare to say any more. In the sky, Yi Baiming's gaze followed Yunsheng, who ran into the cabin in a fit of pique. Only then did he retract his gaze. After retracting his gaze, Yi Baiming turned back into the cold Yi Baiming. Since Dong Huangling wasn't able to get anything out of Gufeng, she could only return to the cabin to rest. When she returned to the cabin, Dong Huangling discovered that Yunsheng was already meditating. Without any other choice, Dong Huangling could only sit down cross-legged and rest. Night fell, and the airship slowed down. Yunsheng woke up from her meditation. Looking at the water clock, she discovered that it was already the third watch period. It was the darkest time of the day. However, Yunsheng's heart was in a mess. She wasn't able to calm down. Thus, she quietly left the cabin. Inside the airship, it was completely silent. Most likely, everyone was meditating and resting during this hour. Yunsheng walked to the deck. There were no traces of the mainland's warriors' elite camp anymore. They should have stopped and reorganized. Yunsheng sighed lightly. Today, she had lost her composure. Not to mention anything else, just by looking at Yi Baiming, the calmness in her heart was broken by his gaze. This was already extremely unusual. What exactly was going on with her? Yi Baiming, her fiancé. When they were engaged, she didn't feel anything. However, recently, especially when they met again for the first time after 3 years, everything changed. She was unable to face Yi Baiming calmly. As for him, towards her, the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Yunsheng walked to the bow of the airship, wanting to borrow the wind to calm her mind. Around midnight, the sky was quiet and the starry sky was silent. Only a few bright spots appeared in the east of the sky. Yunsheng's thoughts calmed down. She felt a strong dark magic power. Yunsheng couldn't help but be curious. Dark magic power was one of the rarest magic powers in the continent. When she was meditating on the ground, it was very difficult to find a trace of magic power. However, at this moment, she was 10,000 meters up in the night sky. She could actually acutely feel the active dark magic power. Yunsheng's Dharma soul in her body let out a carefree moan. Looking closely, Yun Xing quickly discovered the source of this dark magic power. In the dark night sky, the 10,000-meter strong wind was blowing fiercely. This kind of strong wind was mixed with strong wind elements. Other than that, there was also a large amount of dark magic power. This kind of strong wind was actually a rare combination of dark magic power and wind power. It was a special magic wind. This kind of magic wind, compared to the normal wind in nature, was several times more powerful. Its destructive power was also very shocking. A strange thought appeared in Yun Xing's mind. Could it be that dark magic power and wind power were fused together to form a magic wind blade? What would the effect be like? Yun Xing immediately took action. She meditated for a moment and realized that she had absorbed a large amount of dark magic power. Not only that, when she raised her hand slightly, she realized that she could easily control the dark magic power. Dark magic power, among all the magic elements, including the 4 elements of nature and all the elements of life, was the most difficult to control. Yun Xing was ecstatic. She didn't know when it started, but her control of magic power had improved so much. After thinking for a moment, Yun Xing suddenly understood that all of this was due to the Dark Gold Mentor's alternative training. After Yun Xing joined the continent's magic elite camp, she hadn't systematically learned dark magic. The Dark Gold Mentor didn't explain the reason. She only said that it wasn't the right time. She only asked Yun Xing and the rest to repeatedly practice their accuracy, magic control, hit rate, and other seemingly insignificant skills. But tonight, Yun Xing suddenly realized that the Dark Gold Mentor's training over the past 1.5 years had come into play tonight. Her training allowed her to control the dark magic power, which was the most difficult magic power to control. Practice makes perfect. The way a warrior improved his combat skills was by constantly practicing. It was the same for mages. The Dark Gold Mentor's education method was not to teach you dark magic directly. Instead, they let the students familiarize themselves with the control of magic power and understand it on their own. They could even learn new spells. Chapter 591. When Yun Xing realized this, the ecstasy in her heart surged like a raging tide. Without any hesitation, Yun Xing immediately summoned the puffed egg. After fusing with it, she left the airship. In the cabin, Elder Helion was meditating. The second elder would never have thought that someone would be able to break through his 3 layers of magic restriction without him noticing. After leaving the airship, Yun Xing wandered in the air. The surroundings were dead silent. During this hour, even high-level flying magical beasts that were used to traveling at night were hard to find. Relying on the sensitivity of a summoner, Yun Xing quickly found a cliff. Here, a group of level 8 owls had set up their nest. Once they sensed that there was an enemy outside, the group of owls flew out in a hurry. This was a type of magical beast that had committed all kinds of evil. Its body was about 1 meter long, and its sharp beak and claws were its greatest weapons. Usually, it liked to attack the mountain villages where humans lived and capture humans and livestock for food. Yun Xing looked over and saw that there were no less than 30 of them. Hee, consider yourselves unlucky. I'll let you be the first batch of experimental subjects for my self-created dark magic. Yun Xing chanted and the owls pounced on Yun Xing. Not far away, a figure approached like a ghost. It was different from the rest of the students in the warriors' elite camp who rested on the ground at night. Yi Baiming was meditating in the air a moment earlier. Suddenly, he felt an aura leave the airship like an arrow. He was very familiar with that aura. It was the aura of Little Wild Cat. Why did Little Wild Cat leave the airship during this hour? Out of worry for Yun Xing, Yi Baiming followed her. Who knew that Yun Xing would actually find the nest of the owls? Yi Baiming could not help but tremble with fear. There were more than 30 owls, but Yun Xing actually came alone. The most ridiculous thing was that Little Wild Cat deliberately attracted all the owls. Just as he was about to help, a strange scene occurred. A gust of dark wind suddenly appeared beside Yunsheng. Countless wind blades gathered around her and rolled her into a ball. With Yi Baiming's keen senses, he immediately realized that the black wind was unusual. Nature's wind elements, including wind blades, were all green. However, the wind blades that erupted from Yunsheng's body were all black and green. Compared to ordinary wind blades, they were denser and more powerful. The black ball of wind was like an airtight shield, perfectly protecting Yunsheng. Break! With a shout, the black and green wind ball suddenly exploded. Countless black wind blades, like hundreds of chaotic blades, crazily slashed at the surrounding vultures. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vultures were killed by the terrifying black wind ball. In the sky, countless eagle feathers fluttered in the wind. Yi Baiming was shocked. What kind of magic was this? Such frightening destructive power. Looking at Yunsheng again, her expression was also very surprised. It seemed that even she herself didn't realize what she had just done. A new magic? It seemed that the little wild cat had made great progress in the past year. She was gradually beginning to understand the true essence of dark magic. Yi Baiming didn't disturb Yunsheng, who was still immersed in great surprise and shock, and quietly disappeared into the night. Only a true dark magician would know that the true essence of dark magic was actually fusion. It could fuse all kinds of magic, dark magic. Really too powerful. Yunsheng muttered to herself. She didn't think that after dark magic fused with wind magic, it would have such a frightening power. Compared to before, she felt that dark magic was much easier to control. Yunsheng didn't think much about it. Looking at the time, it was already late. She immediately retreated. If the second elder were to find out that she left the airship, she would most likely be punished. Although Yunsheng hadn't completely fused with dark magic, she already faintly understood the benefits of fusing dark magic with other magic. After Yunsheng returned to the cabin, Donghuang Linger still hadn't woken up from her meditation. Yunsheng sat down and used meditation to recover some of her magic. She was thinking, if wind magic could fuse with dark magic, does that mean that other magic elements can also fuse with dark magic? Just as she was thinking, Donghuang Linger woke up. She looked at Yunsheng, then immediately came over with a face full of energy. Tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Lord Baiming? Yunsheng had a headache. I knew that this lass loved to gossip. She shrugged her shoulders and said, he is my fiancé. Ah. You actually have a fiancé? Furthermore, he is a prince of Zhou state. Donghuang Linger was astonished. However, after thinking for a bit, Donghuang Linger understood. Although Yunsheng didn't say it, Donghuang Linger had always felt that Yunsheng wasn't a girl that was raised by an ordinary family. From the way she talked and the aura she gave off, she definitely came from a big family. There were a lot of big families that would arrange marriages and such. Donghuang Linger only thought that Yunsheng and Yi Baiming were also the product of a marriage bestowed upon them. Then, what about senior marshal brother Qi? Donghuang Linger felt that it was a pity. What does that have to do with Qi? Yunsheng had a confused look on her face. Donghuang Linger rolled her eyes. Yunsheng is the one that is the most obtuse. Didn't she realize that senior marshal brother Qi likes her? What about you? Gufeng is a good person, and he likes you a lot. Yunsheng asked. Gufeng, Donghuang Linger, and Qi were all Yunsheng's companions. They were also her true friends after coming to the boundless world. To Yunsheng, the three of them were very important people. Yunsheng didn't wish to hurt any of them because of her relationship. It wasn't that she didn't know that Qi was good to her. It was just that with just Yi Baiming, she already had a headache dealing with him. It was better for her and Qi to maintain a simple relationship of companions. Hearing that, Donghuang Linger's face blushed. She angrily pinched Yunsheng's arm and said, "What are you talking about? What relationship do I have with that big blockhead? Gufeng is a very good person. Although he didn't come from a good family, he is considerate and kind-hearted. He is definitely the right person for you. Yun Sheng had never seen Gufeng being so good to any woman before. Towards Dong Linger, he would do his best. He wasn't a person that was good with words. Although he liked Dong Linger, he had never truly confessed to her. As for Dong Linger, her reaction towards Gufeng was also very special. Initially, she didn't like Gufeng. She despised him for being dull and not having a good appearance. However, as time passed, her impression of Gufeng also changed. I can't accept him. Dong Linger's eyes suddenly turned red, and she looked as if she was about to cry. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.